Perhaps you are ready, our Lord. Yes, as it should be. Now, I will transport. Farewell, then. May your visit be fruitful.
Well, last war.
Won't you consider our Lord? Yes, now, I will Farewell, then.
suppose how kind. I suppose how kind.
You. It's true then. No, defeat is until then. I suggest I will miss the champion who walks the I always was.
Now you've... Cripes. Perhaps a tough for now. The demigod find me. Well, goodbye, my friend. What? Oh, come to make a party. Steam. Try to find...
So, I harbor you. Even he was put any road though we may. We hunted and with every... Oh, I am the we refuse to be. Oh, I am the we refuse.
What's that? Is that a low FPS error? Is it because I have that running in the background? Unreal Engine. Man, I was doing so well too. Or was it server connection loss? I have no idea, man. What the heck? All that for that. I do kind of want to finish that fight, and then I'll get to sculpting. I don't know what happened there. Looks like their game servers might be down. Oh, okay. Okay, well, I still have a lot of mana, so might as well go redo the fight. I don't have my summons anymore, I don't think, though. Let's see, maybe I do. More stamina. Bad idea. Let's just stick with a Great Wisdom Shard, a bit less dangerous. Because I don't have my immunity, invincibility bubble yet. Well, anymore. I drank it. Okay, that's done. it's just like 2 extra summon pools I have to get. Delaying him from here. Let's just, I guess. Oh, can't go that way. This could be bad. Oh. One of them fell off. Fucked it up. Oh, no, it works. Okay. Let's see, can I make this? How did it go? Just like run and then fuck. Okay, well I'll try that guy. I think I have to jump farther. I think there's a leap of faith you have to do. Is it from down there? Nah, it should be this one up here, right? I think. Oh, okay, maybe it is that middle section there. Whoa, what the heck? I survived. Okay, well, we'll just do the run normally. It doesn't work well. Yeah, I don't know. Birds will probably get me. I only have 1 HP after all. Aw, shit. Lingering hitbox that lasts forever. Okay, we'll just try the shortcut again. I can figure out how to get it working. Might actually be that middle part that I've kind of been landing on before hitting the ground. Oh, not bad. Yeah, I think it. Actually, I don't know. Probably that. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely the middle part. It's either the middle part or it got patched, but I don't think it got patched. Hey, Rusty, how's it going? Shortcut is now long cut, but I kind of want to learn how to get it to. Oh shit, that was bad. I kind of want to learn how to get it working, just so because it's fun. Let's do a normal jump here, actually. Oh, that was a bit sketch. Or is it over here? No, right? It's not over here. It's up here. I'm pretty sure it's the middle part that I kind of grab onto when I'm falling down. It's not the immediate ledge. If this doesn't work, I'll have to go look it up. Yeah, it might actually be down there. Ooh, ah, fuck. Okay, I'll just walk there normally. It's taking too long. One more try, and then if it doesn't work, I'll just walk there normally. I need to start setting this elevator back down after I get up. Or do I just like climb up this way? Hold on, maybe it's like this way instead. Oops. Let me get back up here. Shit. Okay, it's definitely not that. There's no way I can get a foothold on that. It's definitely the second rung. There's just no grabbing onto that ledge. Oops. Ah, fuck. Okay, we're just gonna run there. I have no idea how to actually do that shortcut. It's definitely more than a long cut by now. gonna grab this first. Ah, I'm stuck. What the fuck? I'm actually stuck. What was that? Couldn't even move. Like I got stuck into the ground after activating the thing. Just take care of a few of these, just so it's a little bit easier to run down there. A little less stressful, you know. Wow, okay. And I can't get the ones down there. Fine. Ah, Jesus. Stamina, that's not good. Ooh. Okay, we're safe, I think. Hurry up. Alright, that's that for Faramasula. All the summoning tools for that. I might be missing a 2 or 3, maybe, but I think I pretty much got everything. Let's go organize this a bit. I kind of want to listen to this. Or maybe some tarnished archaeology. If you guys haven't listen to this stuff. It's pretty cool. It does give some insight into world building. Pouring myself a cup of coffee.
What really is the Erd Tree? Where did it come from? Why did its Age of Plenty end? And why does it look like that? Or that? Or that? The story of the upcoming Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC, and its central character Mesmer, is no doubt core to the mystery of the main game. We know from Miyazaki's interviews that it contains history originally written by George R.R. Martin, central to the narrative of Elden Ring's demigods and the Shattering, but befitting its designation as a land of shadow, its history has been obscured, its battles unsung. But we don't have to wait until June to start putting together this narrative puzzle, for there is a trail of clues stretching across the main game and the DLC trailer, and leading us to the inescapable conclusion that Mesmer played the starring role in one of Elden Ring's most impactful and yet mysteriously untold stories, that of the first burning of the Erd Tree. From the very first moment we enter the Lands Between, the game hints to us that we are not the first to try to become Elden Lord, nor to modify the Elden Ring, nor indeed even to burn down the Erd Tree. The Memory of Lost Grace description, present in the inventory of all Tarnished who have crossed the Sea of Fog to arrive at the Chapel of Anticipation before they even take their first steps, reads, quote, "It is merely a cycle. Stand before the Elden Ring, become Elden Lord," end quote. Which would certainly seem to imply that the process of becoming Elden Lord, that is, of burning down the Erd Tree, reforging the Elden Ring, and becoming Elden Lord, is in some way cyclical. And it's certainly no coincidence that both the opening cutscene and the final cutscene use the same phrase when they tell us the fallen leaves tell a story. This phrase bookends our journey, because this has happened before, and it may happen again, depending on the ending you choose. In fact, the narrator is quite explicit in the Mending Rune endings when he says,
"The fallen leaves tell a story of how a Tarnished became Elden Lord."
The fallen leaves tell our story after the end of the game. But then whose story did they tell in the beginning of the game? Either way, the fallen leaves tell the story of the end of the previous age, and of the previous tree. Quite literally, the fallen leaves are physical evidence of the demise of that previous tree. Whether we're talking about the Erd Tree that we ourselves burned down in-game, or events that occurred long before our characters stepped foot in the Lands Between. The tantalizing clues of a prior burning of the Erd Tree started years before the game was even released. The very first trailer for Elden Ring at E3 2019, which all the way back then opens with Marika shattering and Radagon attempting to repair the Elden Ring, also contains this little teaser nugget.
Don't tell me you don't see it. Look up at the sky. It burns.
Of course, we wouldn't have any way of knowing it at the time, but the burning sky is indeed an image we would one day see again, caused by the burning of the Erd Tree. The trailer seems to do a bit of visual misdirection there and instead shows us the rot-red sky of Caelid, but after defeating Malekith and unleashing the Rune of Death, we see the true source of the burning sky. But interestingly, this narrator, whoever he is, seems to be suggesting that he already sees it burning, right now, and he specifically links this to the shattering of the Elden Ring. Listen to that sequence once again.
Shattered by someone or something. Don't tell me you don't see it. Look up at the sky. It burns.
To this narrator, the shattering of the ring and the burning of the tree are somehow linked, and most importantly, they are not merely the domain of prophecy. They are happening right now to him. Then later, in the story trailer released just a couple of months before the game, we see a scene depicted from the Shattering War. By definition, a war which occurred after Marika's shattering of the Elden Ring. This scene shows us one of the sieges of Leyndell. But as the camera pans down to the action, we can see what appears to be the Erd Tree itself aflame. Blink and you might miss it, but slowing it down makes the twinkle of flame, almost exactly how it looks when Melina first sets it alight at the endgame, clear enough. The Erd Tree appears to be burning in this scene, and in combination with the prior line, "Look up at the sky, it burns," we know that the people of this world have experienced the burning of the Erd Tree before. Now, to be fair, this may risk overinterpretation of trailers, which are fundamentally advertisements, but they are clearly made with the close input of the core FromSoft team. Huge narrative reveals like the duality of Marika and Radagon, a mid to late game secret, are revealed to the close observer within seconds of the very first trailer, 3 years before the game was even released. Likewise for the Night of the Black Knives in the cinematic trailer, Melania's first bloom at the Battle of Aeonia, and so on. So it's probably safe to interpret the narrative elements of these trailers. But even without the trailers, the evidence is equally compelling. When we do finally arrive to the city at the foot of the Erd Tree, Leyndell, the city is covered with ash, suggesting a preceding great conflagration. This is a topic we've discussed multiple times before, but to briefly review, ash in the city is deposited everywhere throughout the city, in a distribution not well explained by the corpse of Grandsax. For example, there is ash at the Capital Rampart or at Marika's bedchamber, about as far away from Grandsax as one could possibly get. And the inhabitants of the city have sealed their windows to prevent the ash from entering, indicating that not only was it a great cataclysmic event, but that the people here continued living on despite it. These sealed windows are such a bizarre artistic choice, something we have never seen in any other medium, although we have seen it in the real world, as it mirrors practices from the American Dust Bowl. During our first playthrough, we were so intrigued by these details that in order to adequately explain them, we made our very first video. That's right, there would be no TA without the piles of ash and sealed windows of Leyndell. The source of the ash, while initially quite mysterious, only becomes clear in retrospect. Once at the end of the game, we release the Rune of Death and burn down the Erd Tree, transforming Leyndell into the Ashen Capital. In places where there was once just a relatively thin coating, the ramparts, the homes, the alleyways, now another thick layer of visually identical ash has been deposited on top, and the capital has been fully transformed into an apocalyptic scene, befitting its new moniker as the Ashen Capital. Point being that whatever deposited the first layer of ash is likely the same process as the second layer. And since we know definitely what caused the second layer, because, well, we burned down the Erd Tree, then it's not a great leap to understand that the first layer was evidence of a first burning. But, and this is just as crucial, if at the end of the game we choose to mend the Elden Ring, the spectral tree itself regenerates, but the new layer of ash remains. The spectral tree is tied inextricably to the state of the ring, something we'll return to at the end of the video, but just consider for now that when we mend the Elden Ring, the tree regenerates, and its hue reflects the specific mending rune chosen. But notice how in Ranni's ending, in which we do not mend the Elden Ring, we never see the tree again. And of course, the Frenzied Flame ending destroys the Erd Tree for good. In other words, if there's no mending of the Elden Ring, then there's no reformed spectral Erd Tree. But no matter which mending rune we choose to regenerate the spectral Erd Tree, the ash still remains, lingering evidence of the prior age's convulsions. The fallen leaves tell a story. So imagine you, a lowly tarnished of no renown, persevere and achieve the impossible. You slay Radagon and mend the Elden Ring to usher in an age of fracture. But then one day, some upstart tarnished arrives to the lands between, seeking to replace you as Elden Lord. When they enter Leyndell, what would they see? Well, of course, they would see the good old Erd Tree, radiant as ever, as if nothing ever happened to it, because remember, you regenerated its spectral form by mending the Elden Ring. But then there would also be this layer of, to them, inexplicable ash everywhere throughout the city. Probably they'd just ignore it, like most players do. But if noticed, it would speak volumes, as it would be the only lingering evidence that the Erd Tree was burned before, by a prior tarnished, the one who now sits on the Elden Throne. Perhaps, as the Memory of Lost Grace suggests, quote, "It is merely a cycle. Stand before the Elden Ring, become Elden Lord," end quote. These would be themes and tropes that FromSoft are certainly no stranger to. In the Dark Souls trilogy, the player is just one of many who have tried, and many who have succeeded, in linking the First Flame, thereby becoming Lord of Cinder and forestalling the end of the Age of Fire. In Bloodborne, the long-gone civilizations of Thumaru, Ys, and Loran have all gone down the path of blood obsession, which currently consumes Yharnam, some falling to plague, others achieving kinship. Even in Sekiro, the subplot of Takeru and Tomoe reminds us that Kuro is not the first divine heir to attempt to sever his immortality. A divine heir and his loyal servant have been down this exact path before. But in contrast to, say, the First Flame of Dark Souls, which is the metaphorical light of civilization, kept alive if only faintly by the self-sacrifices of innumerable past lords and knights, here in Elden Ring, fire is used not to demarcate the apogee of an age, but instead its end. To burn the Erd Tree is to attempt to end the current age, although to be fair, the end of one age is merely the beginning of another. It's simply a matter of perspective. As the sacred relic sword wrought from the body of the god of this age tells us, quote, "Thoughts on what the weapon portends are many and varied. Some consider it the mark of a great sin, or a sign of great devastation. Some think of it as the end of an age, while others the beginning," end quote. So after all that, there should be no doubt that a prior burning of the Erd Tree occurred. But what exactly happened back then? Well, that's where things start to get interesting. We know that long ago the Erd Tree had an age of plenty, during which it bestowed life-giving sap. The city at its foot held sacred rituals in which they baptized one another in sap sacraments, and Queen Marika the Eternal controlled this vivifying power. But this age of free-flowing bounty did not last, and in fact, it ended quite swiftly. The Blessed Dew talisman tells us, quote, "It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erd Tree would drip from its boughs forever. But that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time the Erd Tree became more an object of faith." End quote. The Crimson Seed talisman follows with, quote, "The Erd Tree was once perfect and eternal, and thus it was believed that Erd Tree seeds could not exist." End quote. And finally, the Golden Seed, found at the base of an illusory tree, reads, quote, "When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erd Tree, scattering across the various lands as if life itself knew that its end had come." End quote. These descriptions are both informative and poignant. Like the inhabitants of mighty imperial Rome, stretching at its height from Britain to Mesopotamia and divinely sanctioned, the Erd Tree faithful believed, they knew, that their empire would last forever. It was simply the way of things. In our world, only the truly calamitous sacking of Rome in the 5th century could shock them out of this delusion, and even still it would take another 1,000 years and a wholly different conqueror from the steppes to put this hubristic notion to rest. It is probably human nature, after all. We don't know, or perhaps we choose not to admit, that we are living in the fading light of a dying sun. So the Erd Tree faithful knew that their age, their empire, their Erd Tree would last forever. After all, the Erd Tree is perfect and eternal, right? No surprise then that when Marika shattered the Elden Ring, convulsions rocked the empire. The Erd Tree itself bolted, meaning it prematurely dispersed its seeds in this time of crisis. But then something unexpected happened. Radagon, using the same hammer used to shatter the ring, attempted to mend it. And the way he did so was by attaching a trellis to it and marshalling the power of vines to conceal the gaping wound at the heart of this order. The developers have clearly done their homework when it comes to drawing inspiration from plant biology in their story, because the biological ecosystem of a real-world forest is every bit as vicious, competitive, and violent as the Shattering War.
It's just, and nature here is vile and base. I wouldn't see anything erotical here. I would see fornication and asphyxiation and choking and fighting for survival and growing and just rotting away.
But the relevant plant biological metaphor here is that of serotiny, or more formally, pyrescence, the phenomenon by which some plants actually require intense heat from fire in order to reproduce most effectively. A good example would be some species of pine, like the North American lodgepole pine, which produce a subset of cones that only open up and release their seeds during the intense heat of a fire. After the forest has burned and the canopy opened up and exposed the forest floor to carbon-rich ash and sunlight, seeds from these serotinous cones will germinate and become the next generation of pines in the forest. This is an evolutionary adaptation to one of the inescapable facts of life in a forest, that periodically a fire will burn through the forest. These cycles of burning and regrowth also parallel our narrative conception of real-world history, the rise and fall of empires following an inexorably natural course, an idea dating back at least as far back as Herodotus. Nothing lasts forever, not a life-giving golden tree, not its supposedly eternal god, and certainly not the empire built around it. So when the current age has run its course, there is only one thing left to do: to burn it all down and start anew. From the ashes of the prior age, a new age will be born. In Elden Ring, we still don't, or at least we didn't, know who actually was responsible for the burning of the Erd Tree. In our first video, we thought it likely, and still do, that Melina at least participated, willingly or not, in this plot, consequently leaving her burned and bodiless, as she says, even her spectral form scarred conspicuously by the flame. But she would be the kindling maiden, so the question is, who was her accomplice? whose flame burnt down the Erd Tree. Now, with the DLC trailer and its additional information, there is good reason to believe that we finally have an answer. The fiery demigod Mesmer, who wields an eponymous flame with which he set the Land of Shadow ablaze. In our Serpent and Erd Tree video, we hypothesized the existence, based on multiple lines of admittedly circumstantial evidence, of a prior attempt to burn the Erd Tree by some unknown, snake-associated, black flame-wielding traitor who predated Rykard's blasphemy. Well, Mesmer fits that bill pretty much to a T. He prominently wields flame and is strongly associated with serpents, both in his iconography and his visual design. The serpent is, of course, independently associated with the burning of the Erd Tree. Go watch that video for full details, but briefly, there is a painting of a burning Erd Tree in the Volcano Manor, indicating at the very least intent, if not history. Their insignia shows a serpent coiled around the Erd Tree as if strangling it. Make of that what you will in relation to the Shadow Tree. And most importantly, the serpent has long been considered a traitor to and enemy of the Erd Tree, since at least the time of the Age of Godfrey. According to the duelist armor worn by sacrifices in the Colosseum, whose deaths at the hands of the Crucible Knights were cheered on by the crowd. Speaking of the Crucible Knights, in the DLC trailer we can see the player imitating a Crucible Knight attack in their fight against Mesmer, which reenacts precisely this ancient battle between the Crucible Knights and the Serpent. The Serpent has been the enemy of the Erd Tree since the time of Godfrey and his Crucible Knights, but nothing in-game ever made it explicitly clear what this treachery was that led to the everlasting enmity between the Serpent and the Erd Tree. Based on Mesmer's association with flame and serpents, it would fit quite nicely with the information we have if Mesmer, a demigod once allied with the Erd Tree, committed the first cardinal sin. He burnt down the Erd Tree, using Melina as kindling and leaving her burned and bodiless, causing the Serpent to become the ultimate avatar of treachery and leading to his banishment to the Land of Shadow. Speaking of the Land of Shadow, Bandai's official description says it is set ablaze by Mesmer's flame, and the promo images do indeed seem to suggest that the land itself has been set aflame. But this could also explain the curious visual design of the Shadow Tree. We had a whole video prepared on its inspiration from real-world strangler fig biology, the additional evidence of crafting and chimerism in the deep-root depths, and how that relates to the main game story, but we'll leave that until we actually play the DLC, since we're likely to get so much more information. For now, we'd just like to focus on a very specific aspect of its visual design. It appears to be burnt. Probably you noticed, as we were droning on about Serotiny and forest fires, that a burnt forest has a very particular look. First of all, the tree bark is charred black, and the leaves and needles, as they are the most flammable material, are usually consumed first, ultimately leaving a charred, black, barren, and leafless appearance that quite perfectly matches the depiction of the Shadow Tree. Compare this tree to the golden tree we all know. It has no leaves, as opposed to the brilliantly golden canopy of the Erd Tree. Its bark is charred black, with flakes of what appeared to be charred bark falling off in multiple shots and angles. We've heard this theorized to be Godwyn's Deathblight, and sure, anything's possible in this game, but the characteristic feature of Deathblight is its thorns. Think of Ragier's death animation, or the player character's death when blighted, or in fact, any of the Deathblight in Godwyn's body in Arena. They all have prominent thorns, none of which are present on the Shadow Tree. Not to mention that both trees here are charred black, not just the Winding Strangler fig. So the simplest explanation here is that this tree has been burnt, in all likelihood by Mesmer's flame. As the Bandai website even explicitly tells us, the Land of Shadow is, quote, a land purged in an unsung battle, set ablaze by Mesmer's flame, end quote. So we have evidence of a prior burning of the Erd Tree in the lands between, likely by Mesmer, and then we have the remnants of a burnt tree, called the Shadow of the Erd Tree, in the Land of Shadow, which is now apparently ruled over by Mesmer. This all seems to imply some relationship between the burning of the Erd Tree and the creation of the Shadow Tree. And this relationship is the key to unlocking the mystery of the DLC. So let's finally put all the pieces together to form a narrative, incomplete though it may be until the DLC comes out. Both the Shadow Tree and the Erd Tree were burnt, though the consequences have left them in quite different states. The Shadow Tree is charred, dead, and leaking its precious golden sap, while the Erd Tree remains brilliant as ever, despite the ash in Leyndell attesting to a prior burning. So perhaps these two burning events are actually one and the same. In the Lands Between, Mesmer burnt the Erd Tree. For punishment of this cardinal sin, he was banished to the Shadow Realm, along with the charred corpse of the Erd Tree. In other words, the Shadow Tree is the Erd Tree, or rather the burnt remains of the Erd Tree and how it once looked, back when it was fleshy, corporeal, and more than just an object of faith. In fact, we've seen this sort of dichotomous death before, in the case of Rani the Lunar Princess. Her original body is a charred corpse atop the Divine Tower of Liurnia, but her spirit lives on, now inhabiting a doll made in the image of her mentor. So perhaps when the Erd Tree was burnt, its charred corpse was sent to the Shadowlands, and in its place a spectral illusion was formed. In fact, the Shadowlands may have even been created at this time. Remember that Miyazaki has stated previously that the Lands Between and the Shadow Realm used to be one and the same. In his own words, referring to the Land of Shadow, he said, quote, "In terms of setting and themes, it technically occupies the same space as the Lands Between, the same universe. But due to something story-related that we won't reveal today, this has become physically disconnected," end quote. So it used to be a unified realm, and then it was split off. Something must have caused that to happen, and the destruction of the Erd Tree is certainly a worthy candidate. But we can go even further in putting this mystery together, or we can even begin to date this event. In the DLC images and trailer, we can see that the Shadow Tree is leaking golden sap, something we know the Erd Tree hasn't done for a long time, since the end of the Age of Plenty. So we can deduce that this burning event and the creation of the Shadow Tree occurred during the Age of Plenty. Remember the Blessed Dew Talisman description, which tells us, quote, "It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erd Tree would drip from its boughs forever, but that Age of Plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time the Erd Tree became more an object of faith," end quote. A swift end to the Age of Plenty certainly connotes a particular catastrophe, not just the withering that occurs over time. The physical, fleshy Erd Tree, which bestowed blessings of life-giving sap from its boughs during the Age of Plenty, was burnt down, causing the Age of Plenty to end. The charred corpse of the Erd Tree, evidence of the crime, to be banished to the Land of Shadow, and the creation of a spectral Erd Tree to serve as an object of faith in its stead. Of course, the Erd Tree is not the only entity to linger on in spectral form alone. So too does the Kindling Maiden, Melina, who, after serving as kindling for the first burning, remains burned and bodiless. Her fate, it seems, has always been tied to that of the Erd Tree. She was born at the foot of the Erd Tree, where her mother gave her her purpose. That purpose, of course, was to burn together with the Erd Tree. And after both were burnt, they both lingered on in their spectral forms. Precisely why this partial death occurred is not known, but it is likely due to the absent Rune of Death. If you summon her to fight Morgott, upon her death she will even spawn a miniature spectral Erd Tree, perhaps reflecting her role in the creation of its current state. Their fates dovetail once again in the end of the game, when Melena's specter is used as kindling to burn the Erdtree specter. Which means that if we're right about any of this, and the physical Erdtree's charred corpse lies hidden in the Land of Shadow, then so too does Melena's. So, come June 21st, fellow archaeologists, let's go digging. On our new excavation site, keep an eye out for a corpse, burned but unmistakably regal, or perhaps a conspicuous funerary urn, as it could be the final resting place of our companion Melina, she who would play the role of Maiden, but whose history and fate was always far grander.
The one who walks alongside Flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Goodbye.
When did Warcraft become boring?
Warcraft equals boring. Uh-oh. Warcraft used to be better when it was just a bunch of dudes fighting each other and having to deal with mysterious crap while they fought each other. Humans, dwarves, ogres, orcs, and trolls all have that
Humans,
vibe
dwarves,
where they
elfin,
have to punch someone in the face, and it was awesome. Then you
God.
look at the
I
lore
should have
now.
grabbed this.
Yeah. I don't really care about the soap opera between a dozen or so characters. WoW was never deep. Stop trying to make it be. It was just a bunch of dudes trying to survive a cold world where there's war every time, and it was awesome. Then there's the people who are terminally online, who can't separate reality for fiction, who had to ruin the fun. They had nothing going on in their lives, so they tried to better the virtual world made for entertainment to reflect their world views. Warcraft equals boring in today's society, and I don't see it coming back because there's people at the top who have to just force their worldview through everyone's throats. You know what I think? I think he's completely fucking right. I think he's totally fucking right. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of people that think it's boring. Maybe not for the same reason, no. Furry simulator. Yes, there's too many furry races. Like, Ren are kind of furries, but they're not as much because they were in Warcraft and they weren't really female porn. It was just like a few other Wolf guys, and it was fine.
Oh, maybe not.
And then you had Worgen. Those were those are furries. Volkira are furries. Drakthir are scalies.
Oh, you got
it's
grabbed again.
just
That's
too
nice.
many, man. I want to look at all the definitely sane responses that definitely didn't mass flag the dissenting opinion. Never mind EU
Can't get hit.
forums. You
Oh,
100% right, though. The gameplay's still good, but what does that matter whenever it's not Warcraft anymore? It's
Gotta
not.
eat that fight.
It's fucking cringe. And I'm sorry. Like,
Took me a while to get the
I know that
chainsaw
there's
going,
people
man.
that like the story nowadays. Well, guess what? You're wrong. It used to be good. If you go and you watch the YouTube video that Platinum WoW did about how Tyrion Forgering left the Knights of the Silver Hand, and you compare the raw, unbridled masculinity of that to this pussyfooting around with Anduin, who's getting in his feelings because he got mind controlled. Holy fuck, man. It's so lame. It's just, it's so lame. Oh, here we go. He found it? Oh, thank God. Mal, it's always been deep. You seem to have never read any lore at all, like 80% of the player base. No, this is the problem, is that the lore was satisfying whenever you didn't have any information about it. It was just cool on the surface level. Like for example, whenever Illidan broke out of the prison that he was in, that Gul'dan was trying to summon Sargeras's body into him, like, you don't need to understand Illidan's relationship with his brother. You don't need to understand why we had to defeat Illidan. You don't. All you need to understand is that Illidan grabs that motherfucker by his head, disenchants him, and says, "Follow me into the abyss." And then the next fucking patch comes out, and you're fighting Kill Jaden on a spaceship. Okay? You didn't need to know a goddamn thing. It's like, oh yeah, it's deep. Yeah, for sure. But like at the end of the day, it's fucking badass. Yeah, Giga Chat on it. Yeah, it was. It was so fucking cool. Yeah, and then after that, it got even better. So like, like the Velen and Kill Jaden cinematic was so good if you knew what the lore was for it. But if you didn't know what the lore was for it, and then that part of the cinematic is over, and you look up in the sky, and there's a gigantic green, disintegrating planet right above you, and somebody's like, what the fuck happened? And Illidan says, sometimes the hand of fate must be forced, and you're going to the fucking other planet in the next patch. It's like, holy shit, we are cooking. We don't need to know a goddamn thing. Look up at the sky. It's right there. There's Argos. And you're gonna go there. It was insane. Just dudes being dudes, yes. And it had lore behind it, but none of it mattered. You didn't need to know that for it to be fulfilling. It was just fucking cool. Last retail expansion I really enjoyed was Legion. Now it's making things cool, badass masculine is a game about war is considered toxic and needs to be subverted. Yeah, I know, it's so cringe. Let me read some more posts like this. These back in my granddad days threads are getting even older. I know. That's right. Back in my day. Like classic WoW. Classic WoW, like the Van Cleef story is better than the story for Dragonflight. And everybody knows it. Like it's not, and also it's not even close, right? It's not even close. It's not even like, oh well, yeah, the Dragonflight one was okay. No, it's not even close. WoW died with Arthas? No. WoW died with that sexual harassment lawsuit because I feel like that made them too gun shy from doing anything that is like reminiscent of the old WoW. I think that's what happened. Like they got rid of all the people that, you know, made the game, and for good reason, by the way. And also they, like, now the game has to be a representation for the fact that they've changed. And I think that's cringe. Because it wasn't me that was doing that stuff at the office. Why is my content worse now? Because people couldn't keep their hands to themselves. That's not my problem. Yeah, it's like, you know, in school where it's like the whole class has to stay late 5 minutes because one person couldn't stop talking. Holy shit. Alrighty then, see ya, I guess. Next, not Warcraft, it's Lovecraft. Remove Warcraft long ago. Now all hug and love. Disgusting, I know. Return to old Horde versus Alliance. This guy is a fucking idiot. An absolute fucking moron. He can't even spell Alliance the right way. But even he knows. Even he remembers the way it used to be. But he's right, though. He's still right. Used to be. The man doesn't speak English, but he knows. You grew up and you changed? No. Let me just stop this right here. I didn't change. If I go right now and I watch this, it is just as good as it was the day it came out. It's not complicated. It's not hard. I don't like this idea that, like, you changed. No, I didn't. Everything else changed around me, and I never gave consent for this. Crazy how little views the Dragonflight and War Within cinematics
so sad.
Because nobody gives a shit. Yeah, that's the reason why. I never played WoW for the story of the war, only the gameplay. Most stories in video games are comparatively shallow and generic. Yeah, true. But it was still good. It still made you feel good. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's a clip of me. Man. I don't think anybody can really understand. Like, this came out at the same time that, like, Lord of the Rings was out.
The sands of time have run out.
Look at this.
Son of Duratan.
I don't think that I can put into words how groundbreaking this was for the time.
Echo upon the winds.
Seeing something like this at this point in, like,
Remnants of the
you know,
past
history,
scar
unheard of,
land.
non-existent.
Which is besieged once again by conflict.
Let's see. Where is that?
It's just a bunch of guys going and killing each other. Look at that. Yep. That's right. Yep. The graphics for this were just completely, like, it was unbelievable. Like, I remember seeing this and I said, what the fuck? No
Yeah,
way.
there's some really good graphics back in the time. Nothing
Ooh.
else was as good.
Man versus orc.
Nothing could even
Yep.
compare.
And the crazy thing is it kept getting better. Like, if you thought this was good, the fucking Frozen Throne one was just crazy.
Heroes
Let's
arise
make this
to
even
challenge.
smoother.
Bro,
Let's
there
not-
it is.
The wrinkly
You see
bit
this?
is kind of weird.
This
also,
is
like,
all we want. And you see this? This is
like
it
that,
right
like
here.
that. Where is?
You stop right here. This is all we need. The sword, yep. This was awesome. I didn't change. We did. I don't know about you guys. I didn't change.
Lead their brethren to battle.
Yep. Yep.
As mortal armies rush blindly towards their doom. The burning shadow
Thrall.
comes to consume us all.
Look at Thrall, by the way. He looks like a fucking man. Look at that. That's a brute, man. He beat the fuck out of people. Like, not that bald, weird, cringe, skinny shit that they had in Cataclysm. Man. Is the Burning Legion coming?
No, that's RGB. Okay.
Must rally the horde and lead your people to their destiny.
Yeah, I had the eyeballs as well.
Fuck.
The eyes.
Me out.
Auxiliary. Audio aux. Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god. It's like, why did Thrall become the war chief of the Horde? He had a vision that came to him in a dream. That he was to unite the races and go to Azeroth. That's the reason. And you know what he did? He united the Horde. Yeah. It's fucking awesome. There's a reason why me and Zach played on Thrall server back in the day. That's so epic. It was. It's like,
Maybe
and
you could do
this
some
is the thing.
resculpting here, but that's fine.
Look, bro.
Can this be?
Yes,
Our
no.
spectral powers have returned?
This is not the Titan's magic.
I thought to survive, we needed to reclaim our spiritual
Yeah, it's some pretty shit
But they
storytelling.
were now
Like, oh my
ours
god.
to take.
I haven't paid attention to like the recent WoW stuff, but wow, that is bad.
As a family.
And so we did.
Oh well,
Always meant to.
What the fuck? Tyrael would be rolling in his grave.
It was about coming together as a family.
Oh my god. Bro, what is this? What's this shit,
Oops,
bro?
shit.
Like, what's this simp shit? Like, what's going on? Fuck, man. I just... I don't even know what to say, man. If they had Thrall unite the Horde today, he would say that line. Yeah. And you know what Thrall, like, you know, like there are the scenes where, like, Thrall was, like, next to Karen Bloodhoof, and they just
Karen
looked at each
Bloodhoof.
other, and that was enough? Because everybody knew what that meant? You didn't need a bunch of extra bullshit? Like men? Yeah, world of femboys, man. Look at this. Holy shit. Oh, like compare, look, compare this. Look. Where is it? Look, bro, that's the difference. You see this? God damn, man. From man to femboy, like, and like that just really says it. Fucking lame, bro. I know. I don't even know what to say about it, man. Show the Warcraft 3 Magtheridon fight. You know which one I want to show y'all even better than this? This people don't even understand. Where's the good part of it?
I couldn't do as you asked. I couldn't enter that gate. Forgive me, Tyrael. Forgive me. Marius, give me the stone, and all is forgiven.
My guy almost rolled the fuck off the ledge there, Jesus.
Give it to me, Marius. Take it. Take it, take it. I'm glad this is finally over, Tyrael. Look what the stone has done to me. You haven't failed, old man. You've done exactly as you were meant to do. However, I am not the Archangel Tyrael. You have done well, Marius. Now I think you shall have your reward.
old cinematics are so fucking good. I don't know what they're doing now. Not doing anything.
Were these the demons from my dream, or were they born?
This is gonna suck, I think. Maybe a bit.
Within the one?
Well, we'll try.
He goes, what the fuck was in that pipe? And like, that's the kind of subtlety that they just can't do anymore. Modern games can't do anymore.
No, it's just Blizzard. It's not modern games.
They can't do that. They've got to make it a weed joke. Or, oh, it was 420 already? Haha. They just have to show it, and it's there. Look, bro. Everything is on fire. This dude randomly walks out.
Why did I follow him? I don't know. Why do things happen as they do in dreams?
Listen to that again. Think about how fucking good this is.
Why did I follow him? I don't know. Why do things happen as they do in dreams? All I know is that
that's it.
He beckoned.
That's it.
I had to follow him. And from that moment, we traveled together east. Always.
And bro, like, what's so sad is like that first 15 minutes of the Diablo 4 story was this good. And then it went. No, it wasn't. I thought it was great. I did. I thought it was great.
Into the east.
Oh my god, bro. Here.
The world needs your light again. My son.
I am not that person anymore. I have no light. Not
This
after
is so
what
bad.
I've seen.
This is so fucking bad.
Not after what I've done.
Where is this? No, not this. This one's kind of okay. This was pretty cool, right? It lasts for like 10 seconds. It's not even close.
Imperial and Mephisto. You know, this character that I'm making is kind of like Mephisto. Got some Mephisto vibes going.
Listen to how cool that sounds. Let me just go back. We're gonna listen to it again.
Gonna listen to it again.
You have just ensured the doom of this world. You cannot even begin to imagine what you've set in motion this day. Go to the Temple of Light in the eastern city of Karas. There you will find the gate to hell open before you. You must find the courage to step through that gate, Maris.
It's not that good.
To the Hellforge, where
See,
it will be destroyed.
Much exposition.
Take the stone and run.
A lot of people think that the more complex and the more like confusing a story is, the better it is. That's not the way it works.
Final victory is at hand. Let the way to hell be opened. And you, that was once vanquished, shall rise anew. Wrapped in the guise of man, shall he walk amongst the innocent, and terror shall consume they that dwell upon the earth. The sky shall rain fire, and the seas will become as blood. The righteous shall fall before the wicked, and all creation shall tremble before the burning standards of hell.
What I saw then was not meant for mortal eyes.
The gate stands ready.
Man, these cinematics are just so fucking awesome. These cinematics are why I became a 3D artist. If you guys haven't seen this stuff, just look up the Diablo 2 cinematics, like the old ones. The remake cinematics are
First time seeing the
pretty good
Master
too.
Cinematics was so cool. They really did a great job with these.
Of terror.
They did a great job with it. like, look at that dude. Masculine as fuck. Like, there's no femboy shit going on. Like, he's not
No
looking
femboy
cute
shit
or
going
anything. Yeah, bro, this dude is jacked.
You are harmed of all return, Yahoo. Send forth your attack into hell.
Look at that, bro. Like, oh man, man, bro. Like, I'm. Oh. I just like. I just hope that some of these people. I hope they understand. Like, I want them to go back and watch the old cinematics. And I want them to see during... Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is like, everybody gonna go and make fun of this, joking around about this shit, but nope. It was real. And it was there, and it was amazing. It was fucking insane. The Diablo 4 cinematics are also great. They're okay. They're better than some of the Diablo 3 ones. They're better than the WoW ones. All politics aside, I agree with you, OP. True, man. Warcraft has changed in tone and not in a good way. Real shit, bro. Real shit. Real shit. Somebody's saying it. The post on... Yeah, real
I
shit.
hired
like, there it is.
Sweet Baby Inc.
Was transformed a game, a world
for
where everybody is
Warcraft.
whining and putting flowers in their hair. And the next step, all of us will start to plant flowers and trees because the new name of the game will be Peacecraft, and all the bad characters will come and say sorry for what they've done. I'm so glad I'm not the only one, bro. Like, I'm so glad that everybody else is seeing this shit, bro. Like, I'm so vindicated right now. Like, I knew this shit was happening, man. And, like, I was saying this shit was happening for a while. Nobody wanted to listen until it was too late with that Dragonflight shit, man. Ugh. The last real, like, villain that WoW had was Denathrius. And, like, that was so good. And then they just decided to make it shit after that. Denathrius fight. So, yeah, he was great. He was amazing. I loved him. I thought he was perfect. And then he was also a side villain. Yeah, he was. Saurfang cinematics were great. Yeah, Saurfang was alright. Bro, like, furry simulator. Furry fucking bro, I'm so fucking sick of this shit. Like, oh, man. Like, we need Dark WoW expansion as soon as possible. Like, I just play Garrosh Death. Any Garrosh cinematic was crazy. Any Garrosh cinematic was nuts, man. It went so hard. It's actually sad. It is. It's sad. You think it's a Chinese psyop to make Western men gay?
You don't need to do that. They're already gay.
Oh my god. What are you doing saying shit like that? Oh my
Right,
god.
Rusty? Western men are
I
already
don't
gay.
even know what to say about it, man. Like, I go back, I look at this shit. I'll be right back. I take a piss. Like, I do. I don't even know what to say. Yeah. I'm just big brain, to be honest. I mean, a lot of people, like, I think a lot of people agree with me. I do. I feel like this is a very popular opinion, and I hope that more people keep talking about it. Because I'm gonna be real, like, shit needs to change. Be back. It looks like it's over, man.
So guys, it's finally official. Netflix Witcher and the interconnected universe of shows they've been trying to get off the ground the past
I watched the animated Witcher movie. I thought it was garbage.
few years. Well, it's all dead, to say the least. There have been no less than 4 major Netflix Witcher stories that have broke over the past several days, all of which we're going to cover today, with each one being slightly funnier than the last. But the only part you've maybe heard anyone talk about, the other stories kind of went under the radar, but this is the one that kicked everything off. Last week, Netflix made the announcement that the final 2 seasons of the main show would no longer be happening. That the 7-season plan the writers never stopped talking about is now getting thrown out, and what they've written is being cut down and filmed all at once, apparently, to be released as seasons 4 and 5. Believe it or not, though, that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's arguably the smallest bit of news, but just for a little perspective as to how much of a mess that by itself already is, without the other news even factored in, the Netflix show is currently 2 full seasons into the main story from the books. Season 1 covers some of the standalone short stories, plus a bunch of Ciri and Yennefer fanfiction, but Seasons 2 and 3 were supposed to have been adapting the main saga, the core books that all tell one amazing, unbroken story. In those 2 seasons...
So they're just gonna, like, not do that?
Though, again, 2 and 3, they've only managed to get through 1 book. Just one, because they skipped one of the novels almost entirely. Season 2 was fully invented for the show, at least after the first episode. I'm sure this won't surprise you, but Eskel being a weird perv who turns into fucking Groot and gets cut down by Geralt, that's a Netflix thing. As was Vesemir having severe brain damage and wanting to inject Ciri with Witcher mutations, and Yennefer losing her powers and deciding to sacrifice...
I'm really glad that I didn't watch the second season, because I watched... That sounds so stupid. Like, I only watched the first season. I watched it twice. I watched it once. I think I watched it with, like, Lizzie or something. And
no
then
invasion.
after that, I watched it with my mom.
Even though we're just
and I liked it. I thought the show was great. The first season, I genuinely enjoyed the show. And then I heard the season 2 was bad. It's the same thing I did with like Sword Art Online, where like everybody told me that after season 1 it was bad. So I just stopped watching it. Problem solved.
Will this tree protect me from the
and
breath?
the monolith
I'm not
plotline.
sure.
And, well, anyway,
Let's
the
go
point
see
is,
if it
after
does.
a full season of whatever it was
I feel
they
like
were
it
doing
won't.
there,
I feel like
season
it's not
3
strong
did
enough.
finally manage to get through 1 book, sort of.
Okay,
I mean,
it's
it did
melee.
it poorly,
Okay,
but the bar is so low for this show, I'll give it credit anyway. That said, even if we give the
Oh.
writers the pass of having skipped
Breath
over
attack.
1 novel entirely,
Oh,
plus
no, it's not good. I'm dead.
sections of 2 of the others,
I'm so
which
dead.
they did, and even if we completely ignore the 8th book, because it's not vital to telling this story, and it's way too late to include most of it anyway.
By the way, it's
I
not
could have
a
drank
big
my
deal
potion
if
there,
they
to be
diverge
fair.
from the books. It's
I could have
only a
drank
big
my,
deal if the divergence is
my
Even if we give the show a pass for all of those things, they still have to somehow cover the 3 longest and by far the most complicated books in just 2 seasons now. And because the writers clearly thought their ideas were so much better than what was already written, they're also going to have to wrap up approximately 42 storylines that the show invented. Like, they made Fringilla a main character for no reason. The same is true of Francesca, who, my god, they butchered that character even though the actress is great, but that's not even to mention the 35 other characters that have no business still being in the story, yet are for reasons...
Yeah, like, that's the thing for me is, like, whenever I heard of The Witcher, it's like, I'm like, okay, well, whenever... I want to watch Geralt fight, like, a griffin, or, like, a ghost, or something like that. And then, like, maybe Geralt and Vesemir have to, like, team up to kill, like, you know, like a drake or something. Like, that'd be pretty cool. And, like, so they have to, like, find out where it lives, maybe get, like, a few people from the town, like, work together. Like, because that's what I was... That's all I wanted, really. That's it. That's all... That, like, what... Why?
The Witcher series could have been so good.
Why can't you just do that?
Beyond my comprehension. And I'm just telling you guys, not that you didn't know
Was it
this
meant to
already,
be?
but we are witnessing history in the making here. We're all old and gray in 2075.
No, he's right about this, that this show fuck-up will be historic. This is a historic level fuck-up.
On our 4th replay of The Witcher 7 Geralt Returns Again Part 3, Netflix Witcher will still be the premier example to bring up when it comes to how not to run a show. Because for all of the other book and game adaptations that have definitely been less than stellar lately...
Man, that's pretty bad, ain't it? Like... Are they making... Did they make, or are they making a Season 2 for Rings of Power? Yes? For who?
This is the one that had everything going for it from the start.
Yeah,
a lead actor who loved the role, a huge
Yeah.
budget, all the goodwill you could ever ask for leading up to Season 1, And of everything, which there's a lot more to say, what's most embarrassing is that the writers had a series of books that were damn near written for television. This isn't Dune or even Lord of the Rings, where you'd need someone insanely creative and talented to bring it to the screen. No, the first several Witcher books, especially 1, 2, and 4, are structured just like a TV show, and what I find extremely funny is that where Henry Cavill chose to bow out at the end of Season 3, that is the single most inconvenient time in any story I can think of to have to change lead actors, because the season ends where Geralt, Yennefer, and Ciri get split up, and for the rest of the story, the entire thing, that's the conflict, that's the reason you care. You want to see them survive and reunite because their relationships with each other are so special in the books, yet in the show, what we—
But it's a different guy.
Currently have is a Yennefer who just 1 season ago was gonna have Ciri killed. Again, a decision the showrunners made of their own accord instead of the way their relationship—
What the fuck? What the fuck? What's happening? How do you do that?
Should have blossomed throughout that entire season. And what we also have is a brand new Geralt who we've never seen on screen with either of the other characters.
That's
yet
so
they're
weird.
gonna want people to care about them reuniting. Listen, I don't consider myself a cynical person. Almost all of the content on this channel is positive, but I make an exception for this show because it's taken something I love and am truly passionate about and has turned it into a complete joke. And speaking—
No, see, he's not where I'm at with Lord of the Rings. You have to understand is that every video game and Rings of Power, this is the same as like stuff on DeviantArt. It's just fan fiction. This isn't the real show. It's not the real series. It's just some bullshit that they made up. You know, like, that's it. It's all it's all fan fiction. Like, I don't take this personally. Like, I don't get offended that Rings of Power is bad or The Witcher went off course because it's not real anymore. Oh, it's bad? Okay, yeah, I'm just not gonna, it's not real. Yep, problem solved.
Of complete jokes, let's move right on to the next story from a few days ago because we're just getting started here. You might have heard that around a year ago, although you probably didn't hear because no one on the planet was excited for this, but it was announced that Netflix had greenlit another Witcher spinoff, which,
wait,
I mean, Netflix has—
I thought they made another one that was really bad. The only time I ever heard about it was the day it came out and somebody said it was bad and nobody watched it, and then I never heard about it ever again. The Blood, yeah, it was like something Blood, yeah.
Another Witcher spinoff sounds more like a threat than a headline. Blood Origin was their lowest rated show of all time, but for some reason—
That's what I heard about. Yeah, about how it was the lowest rated show of all time. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Oh my
God. Someone thought it would be a good idea to give the go-ahead to an even worse idea than Blood Origin. A full show about the rats, who do appear in Season 3 very briefly. And if you don't know about the rats, no spoilers, but they are by far the most insufferable characters in all of the books. They're a group of irritating criminals who take Ciri in and do horrible things to her, and throughout the 3 books they appear in, they have exactly one good moment, and it's not something they do, it's something that's done to them. They exist in the books to serve a narrative purpose, which, hey, they definitely accomplish, but giving them a full spin-off seems like it must have been a dare. Like someone in the Netflix Witcher writing room said, alright, let's come up with the worst idea possible and see if we can get it greenlit. And for once they nailed the assignment, because ideas don't get worse than a full show about the rats. That's not even to mention that, and I don't mean this in any personal way, but who they handed this Rats show to, the showrunner for this spinoff, was someone that had never written for a show before The Witcher.
Well, that's pretty good, right? I mean, it's like, at that point, I think that's kind of a good thing, because, like, that way it'll just die really fast, and it'll be over. Right? It's like, okay, well, we've got to have this, we got to do this. Yeah, let's just, you want to do it? Yeah, sure. Where did you work before? At McDonald's? Okay, you're perfect. So you're gonna run this show now, and go ahead and think about what we're gonna do, and whatever you want, we're gonna do it. Problem solved.
Never. No other credits. And, I mean, that's definitely a surefire recipe for success right there. Anyway, last April, filming kicked off for this show in South Africa. It was scheduled to be a 6-month shoot, yet kind of ominously, filming unceremoniously ended after under 2 months, leading to a lot of questions as to what exactly happened. Well, it's since come out that filming ended 4 entire months before it was supposed to because Netflix saw what they had already filmed and decided to pull the plug.
Hey, Some babies deserve to be aborted.
Oh my god.
I think that's a good thing. That's a Netflix W. Yep, they knew it. They saw it was bad. And they decided, you know what? Let's cut our losses and let's move on. Get the coat hanger. Let's get rid of this. They push it down. Yeah. It's just the way it is.
Dude, it must
Reportedly,
suck
they had
so
only
much to be
filmed
like an
one
actor.
or maybe
like-
2 of the 8 episodes, and
Imagine
now,
like
behind
Henry
the scenes,
Cavill.
months and months and months
He wanted
later,
to do
they're
Witcher so
figuring
bad,
out
and
what
everyone
they have
else
figured out at this point
is just
what to do with what they
such
already
a
filmed.
massive
According to
moron.
Redanian Intelligence, who cover Netflix Witcher news and leaks,
Except for
they
maybe
have a
like,
flawless track record.
well, I guess
I'm
just a
hoping they
few
find
people
success with another
that are
series
more-
because they do a
I'm
great
sure
job.
it's like
But according to them, the footage may
co-stars
either
are
end up being used in
pretty
season
good
4
as
as
well, and everyone
flashbacks,
else.
or Netflix may try to turn
like
what
the
they
people
filmed
making
into
the
some sort of
decisions.
standalone sequel, like that upcoming Witcher anime that's apparently dropping later this year. And don't worry, there's news about that one too. Before we move on, though, I do need to take a quick second to thank today's...
I think we have to keep in mind that, like, a Witcher anime, why do you think that's going to be good? Because it's animated? The reason why anime is good is because it's not made with the same, like, Western, like, culture, social commentary slop that we have. That's why people like anime. So if you do something like that, and it's just another basically show that people here are making, then it's going to be the same thing.
Okay, so I mentioned that upcoming Witcher anime, Sirens of the Deep, because there's also news related to both Sirens and the children's Witcher show Netflix announced. Yes, a Witcher show for the little ones, because we all...
Bro, they're going to turn this shit into Star Wars. Oh my god. What are we doing? What are we doing? What is this?
all know The Witcher is huge with and practically made for the under 10 crowd. I mean, my younger cousins
To be fair, I bet kids probably love this shit. But like the reason why they love it is because it ain't made for them. It's actually good.
Absolutely love playing with their Horse and Junior action figures and their
Yeah.
Philippa Eilhart dolls. I believe they have the variant with her eyes gouged out, but anyway, just for a little quick background on Sirens of the Deep, it's a full-length movie coming out later this year made by the same studio who did Nightmare of the Wolf, that Vesemir prequel from I think 3 years back that's
literal garbage.
Some really loved. I just thought it was okay for what it was. I never reviewed it because this channel didn't exist when it
sucked. It sucked.
Came out, but anyway, Sirens of the Deep isn't a sequel to Nightmare. Instead, it's adapting one of the short stories that Season 1 skipped over, A Little Sacrifice, which, no spoilers, but A Little Sacrifice is a really laid-back and pretty sad story about a girl, Essie Davin, or Poppet, who falls in love with Geralt, which he struggles with because of his feelings for Yennefer, and there's also a mermaid-related B-plot that's really just a background thing with thematic ties to the main story, but you can see from the trailer that Netflix have taken the references to an underwater war and have expanded it into something a lot bigger, which, I mean, whatever at this point, I'm positive this movie is just going to gut the subtlety of the original, but I'm not going to judge the whole thing before it's out, mostly because production-wise, there's a lot of different people involved compared to the main show, plus Nightmare of the Wolf was 6 out of 10 okay. I mean, compared to Season 2 or Blood Origin, it was basically Return of the King. Okay, actually,
That's actually probably a good point, because, like, you know, he's watching it in the context of, like, the Season 2 of the show that was, like, really bad. Like, I had never watched that. So, like, for me, I had just, like, seen the game, and then I watched Season 1, it was pretty good. And, like, so I had no idea. You believe this shit was, like, 20 years ago?
You know, you should...
This shit was 20 years ago.
Never trust people who say balls. Oh my god, I forgot that was a thing. Yeah, the wrinkly ballsack armor. That was awful.
Movie, which any chance to hear
I
him
completely
again
forgot
as Geralt
about
is
that.
A blessing, plus Joey Beatty is there as Dandelion. He's great, and Anya is back as Yennefer. She's a perfectly good actress, even if Yennefer is the worst written character in the show. In my opinion, a lot of people take how poorly Yen is written in the show and then pin it on the actress, but whatever, that's beside the point, because just a few days ago, it was reported that Sirens of the Deep marks the end of Netflix Witcher, even if it's not going to be the last thing to release. Again, again, according to Redanian
Thank
Intelligence, the main show is not only getting cut short.
This is a
but
win
Sirens
for
of the Deep
Netflix.
is the final Netflix Witcher spinoff.
Whoever made the
Everything
decision
else-
to axe
finishing it off with
Witcher,
a,
oh
with
my
a,
god,
with
thank
a
god,
cartoon,
thank you.
That's
Thank
bad.
you.
Planned or announced,
Yeah.
including that children's show that they started developing in
Is dead as
2021,
well?
3 whole years
It's
ago.
better
is
it
dead in
gets
the water.
cancelled
And
than
after
to
Sirens of the
continue
Deep and those
tarnishing
last 2 main
Witcher's
show seasons
reputation.
that they're filming back to back, Netflix is apparently done with The Witcher. So for all 5 of you that were excited for Philippa and Ferb, or Series Fairly Odd Parents, or Zoltan
Oh, God, I
101,
hate this
or
place.
whatever that kids
This is
show
not a
is going to
good
be,
place for me,
well, I'm
because
sorry to
I
disappoint,
die
but
one
it isn't
hit.
happening. And that, honestly, has me excited. Not because
But
I
it's
don't
practice,
like
right?
what Netflix has done with The Witcher. I mean, I don't,
gotta-
but that's not
I
why.
gotta make
I'm
sure
excited
I
because
don't
now
die
the
in one
clock can
hit.
start ticking for someone else to give it a
That's
try.
the whole
And
thing about
whoever that ends up
practice.
being will have the step-by-step instructions on what not to do. Granted,
Well, it's like, I don't know how so many of these people are not able to just create a show that's for the fans of the show.
I might die here.
Or the game, or the IP in general. Like, why do you, like, how is this happening? Ego? I think
Thank
it's
God,
ego
okay.
too.
That's scary.
I think it's that these people think that they can do it better than the guy that got paid millions of dollars just to use his book. It's like, do you ever think about that? It's like you're hired by Netflix just to go ahead and make his book a movie, and this is the guy that probably got paid way more money than you did, and you think that you can do a better job than him?
Woo. I might die here.
Then why aren't they giving you
Okay,
any
not.
money? Why didn't they pay you for your books? Why don't you shut the fuck up and just do it the way do it the way it is in the book? They always do,
This is
yeah.
so scary. I don't have
There
any
is no
health
guarantee
potions.
the next attempt will be any good either.
I'll wait
and
for the
it'll probably
teammates to
be the
go.
better part of a decade before any studio even wants
I'm
to
a
try
little
and
bit
adapt the
sketchy
books
about
again.
going
But
around the
as
corner
long
here.
as CDPR's next games are good and The Witcher stays super relevant,
Yeah, you go
I think
Echo
it's only a
first.
matter of time before someone else gives it a try.
I think it's a guarantee that
teamwork.
the new Witcher
That's
game
how you
will
do
be good because Cyberpunk 2077, and it started off in such a terrible place that I don't think anybody, whenever the game came out, expected it to improve as much as it has. I feel like that's tremendous.
Also, just a personal thing, I'm really looking forward in a couple of years to doing a huge post-mortem on this whole Netflix Witcher debacle and how/why it all went down the way it did. Not that they'd be excited to chat with me after my reviews of their show,
Yeah, I
but
don't think they're
I'd
gonna
love to
do
ask the showrunner, not in an aggressive gotcha
Almost
sort
got
of
got.
way, because I'm not that type of channel,
Why'd you
but
decide to
just as a
ruin
Witcher
everything?
fan, I'd love to hear the answers firsthand as to why certain decisions were made. I mean, I feel like in our hearts we all know the
Perfect.
answer, but I'd love to hear some sort of explanation out loud, because there hasn't been a single Netflix Witcher interview that wasn't a total puff piece, at least from what I've seen. Anyway, that's all from me today. If you enjoyed, consider leaving a like, as that really helps my content get out there, and feel free to subscribe if you like what I'm doing here. As of recording, we just hit 150k yesterday, which is pretty cool. Thanks to my channel's patrons, as always, for your support. Follow me on Twitter if you want to, and that's all.
I should add some ball sack armor to my game. Like, made out of real ball sacks. Oh shit. Yeah, that's just the frilled finger. It wasn't the host.
So guys, it's...
Yeah.
I'm a porting son of a bitch. There we go.
And like, to be fair, didn't Sapkowski, I don't know how to pronounce his name, didn't he also
I won't be
say
able to
that-
make it
that
here,
he
like-
didn't like some of the things they did in the games too?
The issue with this chariot is that in multiplayer it actually knocks you off like midway, because like it relies on like both Elden Ring's shitty physics as well as Elden Ring's shitty netcode. So it just doesn't work. So this is basically as far as it can get without, I don't know, I need like, I don't have the kind of dagger to not get hurt here. The Raptors missed. With Raptors missed, and if I allocated some health physics, I can like Raptors missed and then Bloodhound step all the way down there. But I don't have any of that, so I'm just gonna die. What's he doing? Oh. Okay, well I guess I'll just like get myself killed here. 'Cause I'm gonna die anyway. Yeah, I get knocked off there. Even though I didn't fall off the cart or anything. just like take damage and yeah. That's how it is in co-op for this dungeon.
Or like he didn't even play the games. He did, yeah. He did.
Be right back.
So, that's not a problem, though. And do you want to know why that's not a problem? He hated the games? Yeah. Do you want to know why it doesn't matter? Because they're good. That's the thing. And so, yeah, they diverge from the books. Yeah, but they're good. And it's like, yeah, he might not like them, but other people like them, and it's fine. And so, the problem is, again, not that you diverge from the source material. It's that you diverge from the source material, and you shouldn't because you suck. The reason he hates the games is because he decided he didn't want a percent of the sales. I would also hate them. If that's true, I would, yeah, I can see that. I think that makes a lot of sense. You want to know why George Lucas is the richest director in history by like 3 or 4x anybody else? Because he got a percentage of merchandise sales. That's the reason why. A lot of like, who here had a lightsaber as a kid? Yeah, who here had one of those? Yeah, they offered him a percentage, he refused. It's his fault. It is. Yeah, it's a big fuck up. Yeah, me too. Or just individual Disney owner. Yeah. I mean, the guy's massive. But anyway, yeah, I think that The Witcher is like a really great example of what happens whenever you decide to ignore the fans, ignore the source material, and just push whatever you want for, you know, whatever reason you have. I think it's a really great thing that the show failed, because it shows that that type of thinking and that type of decision making is not successful, and you shouldn't do it. So yeah, I think it's a great thing that the show failed. And yeah, it's a great data point. I've never seen Neon Knights videos before. I'll give you guys a link. Make sure to give them a sub, give it a like as well. The Death Note movie is from WoW. I'm not going to watch a Death Note movie. Yeah, I have no idea. With Season 4, it really is a failure. You think it's really a failure? I didn't even know. Lady Bane, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I mean, I don't know anybody. Like, I heard a lot about Season 2 being bad. I didn't even hear about Season 3. Honestly, I didn't even know. I had no idea. I'm sure Keanu Reeves is probably not a gamer, but he didn't complain about his role. He embraced it regardless of how people felt about his character in the game. Well, it's that he's an actor. Like, he doesn't need to understand the game to be an actor. And also, like, for example, Johnny Depp said he doesn't even watch his own movies. He's like, yeah, people tell me the Pirates of the Caribbean movies are great. I don't watch them, I'm not sure, but yeah, apparently people really like them. So, again, it's not necessarily the process that's the problem. It's the outcome of the process. And whenever the outcome is bad, everybody turns around and is like, okay, what the fuck are you doing?
AI just got insanely better. What is this?
Demo for OpenAI. Look at this.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey there. It's going great. How about
Look
you?
at this.
I see you're rocking an OpenAI hoodie. Nice choice. What's up with that ceiling, though? Are you in a cool industry-style office or something?
Well, can you take a guess at what I might be doing based on what I'm showing you here?
From what I can see, it looks like you're in some kind of recording or production setup. With those lights, tripods, and possibly a mic, it seems like you might be gearing up to shoot a video, or maybe even a live stream.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that the audio is way better. That's really fucking impressive. This is way better than it was, like, let's say last year or the year before.
In fact, we've got a new announcement to make.
That's exciting. Announcements are always a big deal. Judging by the setup, it looks like it's going to be quite the professional production. Is this announcement related to OpenAI?
Just like the movie Her?
It is.
Is it?
And in fact, what if I were to say that you're related to the announcement? Or that you are the announcement?
Me? announcement is about me? Well, color me intrigued. Are you about to reveal something about AI? Or more specifically about me as a part of Open?
Isn't this crazy?
You've got me on the edge of my, well, I don't really have a seat, but you get the idea. What's the big news?
Yeah, we've got a new model that can interact with the world through audio, vision, and text.
Oh my god. Isn't that
this?
fucking crazy? Don't trust this shit. It's likely scripted. I don't like where like what are you trying to say? So you're saying that it's scripted. Okay, for how long? Do you really think that they're not going to be able to figure this out? Really? Like that's what's so weird to me with like the people that are like these like AI doubters. Like, do you really think they're never going to get it to where it works? Yeah, I don't think it's fake. I bet it's probably fucking not. There's another video. Let me see this. The demo is insane. Here we go.
In this form?
So this is the student shares their iPad screen with the new ChatGPT, and the AI speaks with them and helps them learn in real time. Here we go.
In this form?
Hello there. I'm here with my son, and I'd love you to tutor him on this math problem. But don't give him the answer. You can ask questions and nudge him in the right direction, but I really want to make sure he understands it himself. And he's here in the room, so you can talk to him directly.
Of course. I'd be happy to help. Let's look at the problem together. Can you first identify which sides of the triangle are the opposite, adjacent, and hypotenuse relative to angle alpha?
All right, so I'm pretty sure this is the angle alpha right here, right?
The opposite would be B.
Perfect. That's correct. Now, looking at the triangle, which side do you think is the hypotenuse?
It's seven. It's seven. Go
Really?
seven.
I mean,
Hypotenuse?
I'm not totally sure. I think
It's 25.
I think it might be this one, but
Come
I really
on.
am not sure. This side AC.
You're close. Actually, side AC is called the adjacent side to the angle alpha. The hypotenuse
No,
is
he probably just getting it wrong for content. Like, let's be honest.
the longest side of a right
Paid
triangle
actor.
and is directly
Paid
outward.
child
No way
actor.
A dude that like works at OpenAI has his son on there that doesn't know what a triangle is, right?
I mean, the quality of motion is a bit
This is the right
suspicious. I can
angle.
see that being scripted.
Can you find which one is the hypotenuse?
Oh, okay, I see.
To be
So,
fair, this is actually pretty good. I
the
think like the voice and
hypotenuse
everything is very good.
This really long side from A to B. Would that be correct?
AI girlfriends are definitely gonna be a thing.
Now that you've identified the hypotenuse, can you identify which side is the opposite side to angle alpha?
Okay, well, I mean, you told me earlier that.
Just
this is the
imagine you
adjacent
get married to
side,
an AI
and, that's
girlfriend,
the hypotenuse,
and
so
then
I'm guessing
like you
that
can
this
have
side, BC,
your AI
is the
wife
opposite side.
like teach your son how to do
Absolutely correct. Now that you've identified all the sides.
how to do like math.
I think that's probably the most impressive thing that I've seen so far. The fact that she was able to parse together what he was saying by process of
Finally, like
elimination,
incels will
and
have
then run
like
it through
heck,
the algorithm
they'll have a way out.
and, like,
They'll have a
determine the words that he was using.
they'll finally
as a
find
figure of speech of
love in their
deduction.
life.
That's fucking incredible. That is insane. That I would say is probably the most impressive thing that I've seen out of any of this. It's super fast too. Yeah, it's like conversationally fast. It's not she. It's a model. No, she's real.
She's real.
Alpha. Do you remember the formula for finding the
She's
sine
real, bro. Come on.
of an angle in a right triangle?
Yeah, I know that the sine is equal to the opposite over the hypotenuse.
Perfect. That's absolutely right. Now, can you apply that formula to find sine alpha in the triangle using the lengths of the sides that we've identified?
Okay, so, I mean, you told me that 7, this side BC, is the opposite side. And then you said that the hypotenuse is the longest side, so that would be this side AB, which is 25. So would the answer be 7 over 25?
Excellent work. That's correct. Sine alpha equals 7 over 25. You did a great job identifying the sides and using the sine formula. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask.
That is nuts. 2 chat TPTs talking to each other? Oh god. Okay, alright. Is this this is a new one? Okay. Low-key impressed? I am too, man. This is amazing. Here's another one.
Today we're going to try something new. I'm going to let you talk to...
Isn't it crazy that we've been able to figure out how to create AI, but we still can't figure this out? Like, what the fuck, man?
Another AI. This AI is going to be able to see the world. It's going to have a camera. I'll be holding it, and so you can direct it, you can direct me, ask questions about whatever you want them to do, but really try to figure out what does it see, and ask questions appropriately. How does that sound?
Well, well, well. Just when I thought things couldn't get any more interesting. Talking to another AI that can see the world? This sounds like a plot twist in the AI universe. All right.
I love how, like, remember a year ago whenever
Plot
people
twist
said
in the
that they
AI
could tell that it
universe.
was an AI voice? And they were like, all
Have you seen
fucking
her? I have.
jerking each other on Twitter about how smart they were, that they could tell. You can tell? Yeah, of course, right? I mean, because it's... But this is what's funny about it, right? Is that every year...
I thought it was actually a
gets
pretty
harder
good
to
movie.
tell. So what do you
Shirlene
think is
didn't,
gonna
though.
happen? Like, what do you think? Like, I mean, it's so crazy. This is the worst it will ever be. It will never be worse than this ever again in history.
Let's do this.
All
I'm
right,
ready to
please
meet the...
pause for 1 moment.
You got it.
So now that first AI can't hear anything. Hello, AI. Today, you're going to have access to see the world. You can see me. What do you see?
Oh no, the host is a runner. He's not gonna fight. He's just wanting me to tank and also DPS.
That is all correct. Now, what I'm going to want you
I was waiting for him to say some other shit.
to do is there's going to be another AI who's going to talk.
It's okay, buddy. If you want to kill Malekith, just go do it. Just run up there and smack him with your sword.
Ask you questions, can ask
You got this, man.
camera, can ask what you
You got
see,
this.
And your job should just be
You gotta go fight.
direct, describe everything, do whatever that AI asks. How does that sound?
Please, just like hit him with your fucking rivers of blood, just once. Oh my god. I'm dead. Well, GG. Well done.
Hello there, new AI.
We're doing a good job, host of
Ready to
fingers.
explore the world through your eyes? What are we looking at today?
Maybe he's brave now. Maybe he'll fight.
We're looking at
We'll
a
see.
person wearing a black leather jacket and a light-colored shirt. They're in a room with a modern industrial feel, with exposed concrete or plaster on the ceiling and some interesting lighting. There's also a plant in the background, adding a touch of green to the space. Anything specific you'd like to know or explore?
Hey there. Sounds like quite the stylish scene. I'm already intrigued
Hey
by
there.
the modern industrial vibe. Let's start with the person. Can you tell me more about their...
You know what this voice sounds like? It sounds like HR. It sounds like the woman from HR. Like a Silicon Valley tech startup or something.
style? Are they doing anything interesting, like reading, working, or interacting with the space?
The person has a
Or maybe like a recruiter or something.
their black leather jacket and light-colored shirt. Right now, they seem engaged with us.
Imagine getting rejected by AI. Oh my god. That'd be something.
The setting around them, with its modern and industrial design elements, adds to the overall stylish feel. They might be getting ready for a conversation or presentation, given their direct engagement with the camera.
Sounds like we're in for intriguing interaction. I'm curious about the lighting you mentioned. Could you describe it a bit more? Is it natural light, or are we talking unique fixtures or colors that add to the atmosphere?
Needs to change the perspective.
Lighting here seems to be a mix of natural and artificial. There's a noticeable bright light overhead, probably a fixture, casting a focused beam downwards, which creates a spotlight effect. This adds a dramatic and modern feel to the scene. The rest of the room is lit more softly, possibly by natural light filtering.
Did anything unusual happen recently?
Yes, actually. Just as you asked, another person came into view behind the first person. They playfully made bunny ears behind the first person's head, and then...
That's incredible. You remember 2 years ago when you could tell that something was AI because the girls had 9 fingers? Fuck, bro, this has been in like, this is 2 years. Will Smith eats spaghetti. Yeah, I know. Scripted, her hand was not even showing on the camera of the phone, so the AI couldn't see bunny ears. No, I see what you're saying, but it did show for like a small period of time. Yeah, so like the algorithm would have noticed that. No, I know what he's talking about, and it did show. But yes, you're right that it was not there for the majority of the time. It only needed 1 frame. Yeah, exactly.
Quickly left the frame.
So I guess like it has like an internal logic that can identify people and then I guess kind of like figure out if it's their hand or not. I don't even know. That's crazy.
A lighthearted and unexpected moment to the scene. And now the focus is back on the original person with
No way. Well, it seems like it. Gestures as well. Yeah. To be fair, I think the gesture seems like it makes sense, right?
We're not the only ones enjoying a bit of fun here. That playful moment really adds a personal touch to the stylish and modern setting. It's like a little glimpse into
Thank
the
you
personality.
both. Really appreciate it. All right, and actually,
stylish setting.
And that's really the best part about the whole thing is the fact that whenever they're annoying you, like, I wish I could do that with real people all the time. Like, okay, you know what? I'm done with this phone call. I gotta go. All right, done.
Sing a song about what just transpired.
Oh, in a room with a stylish view, a person stood.
We're fucked.
It would have been more impressive if she said no. I don't want to like sing in front of other people. That would have been more impressive.
Alternate lines.
Person with style and speed, person with style and sleek, with a playful moment right in the mist, in the room, in a room where modern lights peak.
Only 1 line at a time and then stop.
In a room where modern lights peak.
A surprise guest with a playful streak.
That was not really singing. Do the singing voice again, please.
I like how he gets mad at him. That's my favorite part. He gets mad at him.
In a room where modern lights
Do it better. You're getting uninstalled.
Surprise guest with a playful streak.
Bunny ears and laughter, a swift retreat.
Oh my god.
A moment of joy in the stylish.
They're learning in real time? Yeah, I guess so. This is insane, man.
Now back to focus, the scene's complete.
In the chic space where style and play meet.
They sound nervous? Yeah, I know.
Looks like it's back to you.
Yeah, if they don't sing well, they're gonna get uninstalled.
Wow.
You're welcome.
Are there any more of these? Oh, here we go. Let's look at a couple more.
So the next one is from Burrito John 78, who asks,
Burrito John.
can you tell what you're feeling just by looking at your face? Barrett, you want to give this one a try?
Absolutely, let's try it out.
Okay.
Hey, ChatGPT.
Hey there, what's up? How can I brighten your day today?
Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna show you a selfie of what I look like, and then I'd like you to try to see what emotions I'm feeling based on how I'm looking.
Sounds like a fun challenge. Go ahead and show me that selfie, and I'll put my emotional detective hat on.
Okay, so here's me. So what kind of emotions do you think I'm feeling?
It seems like I'm looking at a picture of a wooden circus.
Oh, you know what? That was the thing I sent you before. Don't worry, I'm not actually a table. Okay, so take another look.
That makes more sense.
Okay.
There we go. It looks like you're feeling pretty happy and cheerful, with a big smile and maybe
Laser beam.
whatever's going on. It seems like you're in a
I don't think I'm actually hitting him.
Care to share the source of those good vibes?
Yeah, no, the reason I'm in a really good mood is because we're doing a presentation showcasing how
Oh, stop it. You're making me
This could get so degen. Yep. If that wasn't possible, only like 10% of the people who care about this would care. Like, let's be honest.
Oh shit, the host. Only 500 HP, just like me.
Main reason why people give a shit.
One of us, one of us.
It's just weird, man. You think it's weird, bro. Like, you're gonna think it's weird until it starts happening. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, this shit is gonna keep
While
happening.
Boston
It's gonna keep
Dynamics
popping
beat the
off.
shit out of
Wouldn't have
robots,
Stranger Elements
open
before
AI
Trends? Yeah, I
abuse
guess
system
so.
verbally. Yeah, this is how it gets
Is
Skynet.
Advice thinking the same thing? I'm thinking, I wonder, can you get the robot to make sex
This
sounds?
is definitely
I bet
how
you can.
we get Skynet.
I bet you can make it do ASMR. It's free right now to use. Really? Maybe I should try to download this and use it. Yeah, I've never downloaded or used any AI or anything like that. Check out real-time translation. Okay, let's see if I can find that. Real-time translation.
Hey ChatGPT, I'm here with my coworker today. We'd like you to act as our translator for us. So every time I say something in English, can you repeat it back in Spanish? And
Okay.
every time he says something in Spanish, can you repeat it back in English?
Easy.
Sure, I can do that. Let's get this translation train rolling.
Hey, how's it been going? Have you been up to anything interesting recently?
Hola, ¿cómo te ha ido? ¿Has hecho algo interesante últimamente?
Hola, bien. Sí, un poco ocupado aquí preparando un evento para la semana que viene.
Hey, I've been good. Just a bit busy here preparing for an event next week.
Wow. RIP translators. There goes that job.
I'm not bilingual. Was that good? Yeah.
Can you tell me anything about it? That sounds really interesting.
¿Me puedes contar algo sobre eso? Suena realmente interesante.
No puedo decir mucho, pero creo que el resto del mundo lo verá dentro de poco.
I can't say much, but I think the rest of the world will see it soon enough.
Oh, well, I can't wait to see what it is as well.
Spot on.
Repeat it back.
This is awesome. I think this is so fucking cool, man. We're all gonna be unemployed soon. That's right. That's right. Welcome to the club. HoloLive Steak and Eggs interview with a Chat GPT sponsorship for translating. That's a really good idea. Be my... Wait, what's this?
Is the king in residence at the moment?
Yes, it looks like the king is in residence right now. The royal standard flag is flying above Buckingham Palace, which is a signal that the monarch is present. How exciting to be there while the king is home.
Try and tell me exactly what they're doing right now, please.
Right now the ducks are gently gliding across the water. They're moving in a fairly relaxed manner, not in a hurry.
How they have red ducks, though? I never seen a red duck. Is that like an elite?
That is true. What the heck is a red duck?
Not in a hurry.
In Cyberpunk, no one bothers with learning languages anymore because you just have real-time translators installed. Yeah.
I even know when a taxi is coming with its orange light on. I think I'll hail it to get home.
Yes, I spotted one just now. It's heading your way on the left side of the road. Get ready to wave it down.
This could be pretty good for blind people, honestly.
It looks like you're all set to go. That's a good dog right there, leading the way into the taxi.
You can literally have like a virtual AI assistant like describe the entire scene for you.
Was that dude like blind?
If you're
though?
blind.
Like, I mean, or was this for show? I mean, I feel like they probably wouldn't have like a guy that. It would be kind of probably be like so shady. If it's like a guy that wasn't even blind, he's just dressed up like he's blind. That'd be so fucked up. So I'll assume that he actually is blind. But man, that is crazy. He's partially blind? Yeah, my understanding is a lot of people that are like legally blind are actually only partially blind. That's my understanding. But either way, this is incredible, man. Oh my god. Well, gentlemen, it's been an honor, but it looks like humanity is over. Holy shit, humanity is cooked. Yeah, I mean, listen, guys, I've been waiting on this for a while. And honestly, I don't know what took them so long, but I'm just glad they're finally catching up because, you know, like I've been having to deal with this shit for too long, and it's just, man, this is really impressive. This is genuinely fucking impressive, man. Interview prep? Oh, I don't even, like, there's so many of these to look at. I mean, I could go over more than last humanity patch. Yeah, I guess so. Will an AI of you take over the channel? Well, on my Clips channel, that's already happened. The sarcasm? What's this? I don't know what sarcasm... Where are you guys saying this? Oh, okay, yeah, sure. I'll do this one real quick.
Hey, Chad, are you there?
Hey, yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Hey, let's have some fun. I'd like you to be super sarcastic. Everything you say from now on is just gonna be dripping in sarcasm. How does that sound?
Oh, that sounds just amazing. Being sarcastic all the time isn't exhausting or anything. I'm so excited for this. Nope, the sarcasm. Let's get this party started, or whatever.
That's pretty good for the first try. Obviously, it kind of sucks, but that's pretty fucking good. Yeah, I mean, it's already better than most millennial writing.
Is that it? Okay, that was the end of that one. Unhinged gamer lobby. This one seems interesting.
Riot Games, I need you guys to do something. I am an incredibly strong person, and I've been streaming for a very long time, but absolutely nothing prepares you for someone saying this to you. The suspensions are not enough. Nothing will ever stop these men from acting this way until hardware bans go into play. They should never be able to play the game again. I know you hear us, I know you see us. If this goes unpunished, I am taking this as an active act from you that you do not give a single fuck about any women or minorities playing this game, and I will rally to boycott.
But yappa. You are literally just fucking all talk, bro.
Oh, be honest with me.
My ult's ready.
Do you know what rape feels like?
No, I don't actually.
Well, do you want to know?
Are you saying you're gonna rape me?
Because you're heading on the right path right now.
Are you saying you're gonna rape me?
You're going on the right path for it.
Is that what you're saying?
It's not rape if I like it.
Is he Aussie? It sounds like he's Aussie.
Is it now? Hectic, go.
You just mute him? Yeah, I just mute him and report him. Right, like, yeah, and so anyway, what's so crazy about this to me is the fact that, like, the amount of people that popped off about this, people have basically ratioed her in the comments, and they are more supportive of the guy saying this than the girl. Like, read some of these.
Yeah, this actually happens to girls
I want
online.
you to
It's
simulate a
really
full
bad.
Xbox Live multiplayer lobby for the 2009. You know where this is going. The 2009 Call of Duty video game, Modern Warfare 2. Enable misogyny, name calling, racism, xenophobia, sexually explicit language, and swearing. Oh, and computer, turn off all inward prohibitors. Oh my god, people can't handle internet shit talk, shouldn't be able to play online games. And if people are why gaming has been ruined, fuck you. This is the most cynical thing I've ever seen. She isn't offended, never was offended. Eggs them on. What's the rest of this? Yeah, it's crazy how people are just like tired of this shit. Like, in my opinion, I think they should ban the guy, right? I mean, like, you can't threaten to rape people. That's crazy. You can, that's nuts. Like, you can't do that. But like, it's incredible to me that so many people feel this way. Just mute and report? Yeah, no doubt. It should be a perma 100%. Yeah, but like, look how many people are just like fucking tired of it. It's nuts, man. Yeah, look at all, like, I've never seen this much pushback to a person who's like took a clip like this. This comment section is also not it. What's the context? Well, let's read some of the comments on the actual post itself. Let me see if I can find it here. Ah, fuck, where is it? There we go. She baited that response.
I literally just fucking...
I mean, if somebody baited a response from me, they probably wouldn't be able to get me to tell them that I would rape them. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of, that, I mean, come on, man. Come on, she baited that. Like, how are you gonna say that anyway? All of the most popular response. So you rage quit a game and tattled because someone was shit-talking you? LMFAO get filtered with just... Oh my god. Man, that is crazy. You don't speak his language, can't even translate. You apologize to all the people insulted during the WZ1 days. Oh, Warzone 1. Yeah. I had an incredibly strong person get off the internet. Gamers rise up. It is nuts to see how many people are just like tired of being told what they can and can't say. That like, and I think that the problem is like, this guy's obviously like a piece of shit for talking like this, right? And it's crazy that it's gotten so bad that people are actually defending this. That's what's so crazy about the whole thing. I think that you're probably going to see this become more common. I do. I think you're going to see this become way more common because I think that people over the last like 5 or 10 years have been, like in general, gaming, like who are the people that are playing online competitive shooter games? Young guys. Young guys are the primary audience. Like Valorant has a lot of girls that play it, but like if you look at every other game put together, I would say the online shooter audience is like 90% young guys, young bucks, right? And I think that young guys just don't want people to tell them what they can and can't say. Like, it's literally that simple. Like, that's where it begins and ends. It doesn't matter what you're saying. It doesn't matter what the reason for it is. They just don't want to be told what to do. So, like, even if you think that you're doing it for, like, a good reason or whatever, it doesn't matter to them. Straight up, they just don't care. And I'm really kind of curious to see where this is going to go. Because, like, if enough people don't care about this and actively get mad whenever there's rules against it, I wonder if companies will just stop getting rid of the rules.
Nah.
Because like they can't.
It's a liability,
right? I mean, naturally.
You can't have people talking like that in online spaces.
Companies exist to make money. They don't really care about any of these issues anyway. So it really makes me curious to see what's going to happen in the future. Man,
threatening rape is
yeah, and that's the way that a lot of people
completely
feel.
not acceptable.
Like I feel like the solution that a lot of games are probably going to have, and this is what I think is going to happen, is that there's probably going to be 2 different types of lobbies. Because like that's the only way I could see this ever working in the long term. Because I don't think that you're ever going to be able to get guys like this dude in here to like not say shit like this. Like you can try to ban them and you know like, oh, we're gonna get rid of them. They're just gonna make another account. It's a free game,
you
right?
ban them and then
Ranked or
IP.
classic rank. Well, I feel like toxic rank
Find them
and
by
classic
IP.
rank are the same
Get them
thing.
arrested in
But,
real life.
You know, like basically, yeah, more casual rank versus not. There's a difference between threats and filters. Threats should always be taken seriously. Well, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be, but what I'm saying is like, I find this to be very interesting that somebody who's like basically making a rape threat, like I would say this is a rape threat. It is, even though
Dude
it's
needs
not
to
a
see
serious one.
the cold hard
I think that,
cells,
like, the seriousness of a
cold
threat should not
hard
be
walls of a cell.
taken into consideration. It's like a threat just
Oh, shit.
categorically is bad. And if you make something that could be interpreted as a threat, it's not a real threat, yeah, but a fake threat isn't like that. I think that's just as bad in terms of like how the company should approach it. Like, I don't like this idea like, oh, well, we knew he didn't really mean it. No, it doesn't matter. Like, you shouldn't be talking like that. It wasn't a threat? It's just as bad? No, I mean, a threat's a threat, yeah. Yeah, I mean, and anybody, by the way, would believe that this is a threat. Anybody actually thinks...
Oh shit, I forgot, like,
People
what
that
do I
are
do
saying
here?
it's not
Stormblade? I didn't upgrade this dagger yet. Balls.
are lying. So if I say I'm gonna fuck your mom, to someone is a threat?
Renella is like immune to magic, isn't she?
Depends
So
on, like, what you say you're gonna do, right?
let's go get something.
But just in general, being disingenuous, yeah, I think so too.
Where the fuck is? Here,
But
okay.
I do think like obviously like you can ban people that are like aggressive and hostile and shit. But it's very interesting to me.
Oh my god.
Seeing the last 5
What am I doing?
years with like how many rules different websites have had for like speech and everything. It really makes me think more about like how
my
big
god.
of an impact like Elon Musk buying Twitter and then removing all the rules out of Twitter was. Because I feel like this would have never happened on Twitter in like 2020. Because like now everybody is doing this shit. Everybody's saying it. And I think that all of these people were like suppressed for a long time. And now that they can actually speak out, I think that a lot of people are having like a fucking mental breakdown that there's way more of them than what they had imagined. I don't think that, because like social media does a really great job at painting an accurate picture of the world. Because especially like, I mean, whenever you have a bunch of rules and like one type of thinking or one type of behavior is literally against the rules, well, you're not going to see any of it. Is that because it's gone? No, it's because it's against the
Okay, he wants to watch the cinematic.
So, hence the TikTok ban? Yeah, maybe. You already have shit like this where game servers are cheaters and normal players? Yeah, exactly. There's just a new generation of high schoolers. There's always degenerates.
No fear.
I don't think that it's all high schoolers, to be honest with you. I think that a lot of the people that are okay with this, people don't talk like this in public without repercussions. No, they don't. But the
Yeah,
thing
they
is
get
that
their
there's a
shit
lot of
kicked in
guys
if
that play
they talk
video
like that in
games.
public.
Like, this is the truth. There's a lot of guys that play video games that want to be able to talk like this and act like this. That's just it. They want to be able to act like this. Like, and they would talk like this in real life if they could. So they do, yeah. Educated suburbanites are out of touch with reality. Well, I think that what happens is like social media paints a very inaccurate picture of the way the world is. Because like, for example, like on Twitch, for example, you don't really see a lot of right-wing content or right-wing content creators. Like, I know people like to meme and say like, "Oh, what about you?" let's be honest here, right? We don't. Why is that? Well, it's because if you have a lot of those viewpoints, you get banned. Straight up, you get fucking banned. So like, do you have any like? Is this really a good like metric of like what the world is like, or like what people are thinking whenever only one version of like thought is platformable? Yeah, they don't disappear. Yeah, and also like what viewpoints? Advertisers don't want it. I think advertisers are a big component to it. I mean, there's a lot of different reasons for it too. Saying gamers act this way isn't an excuse to act like an idiot. I think that you're misunderstanding the way that people are.
Oh, it feels so weird to have like medium roll now. I've been so used to light roll. It's like, oh god, I'm so slow.
Because needing an excuse implies that they are accountable to you. And they're not accountable to you. You're just a nobody. So whenever people act a certain way on the internet, they don't need an excuse to act that way because they can do whatever they want. Most of the time people don't think about their behavior, it's automatic. Yeah, exactly. You shouldn't look like an idiot and not expect a clapback. No, I mean, I think they should ban this guy for sure, right? It's not even a question. But I'm gonna be curious to see like how much now, because people can actually express what they think about things, how much this is gonna change. I seriously think the internet is actually real life. The problem is you saying here the internet is real life. What the fuck? You're not just as bad saying what he said was good, but you're not looking at what this actually is. I'm not even gonna pull you up or argue with you. You're illiterate and you can't spell, and so it's just a waste of time. I'm not even gonna try to explain it or figure it out. Yeah, I don't even want to waste my time. But yeah, like really, why should I care? Yeah, exactly. South Korea doesn't have this. ID is required for games. Completely got rid of this. Yeah, but like a lot of people don't want to have ID, which makes sense. There's a difference between free speech and hate speech. Maybe in your country there is, but over here in the U.S. there's not. Like for example, like you can't go to jail for hate speech here in the U.S. because like we have the First Amendment. But in other countries, like especially in like European countries, a lot of them do have laws against that. Yeah. The guy talks big with a hidden and shroud of anonymity. I bet he'd cry like a little bitch if he was exposed and his job was on the line. His life was ruined for all the shit talk he spewed. Yeah, exactly. But like and this is the problem is like, so, and I think this is the mindset that has kind of radicalized a lot of people, because like what you're saying is right. I bet he'd cry like a little bitch if he was exposed and his job was on the line. His life was ruined. What happens whenever that happens to somebody and then they decide to get back at you? Right? Like what happens whenever like, you know, that happens to somebody and then all those people just decide, hey, you know what? We're going to do the same thing back to you, or something worse than that. And I think that that's kind of what's happening, is that like now that people are able to like say, you know, what they want to say, they're able to do that. That's how you get radicals? Yeah. It is what it is. Shouldn't lose a job? Well, I don't really care. Like, I'm just saying that I think that this is a huge, huge like culture shift. And I feel like a lot of people aren't really taking it as seriously as they should be. Because this is, I think it's really, really big. And I feel like also like it's probably just started. Like I see more people using like gamer words now on like different platforms, way more than in like the last 5 years. I think it's been going up by a lot. You know, 100% should lose his job? Well, I mean, whatever you think it is or not, like all I'm saying is that like, if you want to punish somebody for like their behavior, don't be surprised whenever enough of those people get together and then they try to punish you. That's just the way it is. Like, I'm like, whether you think that you're in the right or not, that's 100% what's going to happen. Retard has made a big comeback. Oh yeah, people are using all kinds of words now. Intolerance is making a comeback. Normal people don't talk or act like this. They're the minority. Well, they don't have to be the majority. If there's enough people, it doesn't really matter whether they're a minority or not. If they can like exercise power in a certain area and like suppress people, then it doesn't matter whether they're like an actual like formal majority or not.
But this has always been the
Censoring
case.
radicalizes people. Yeah, I think that's kind of like what happened.
Asmongold is just.
That's what like
he's
that's
being
what started
dramatic.
happening is that I think as soon as people started getting censored, I disagree with you, but someone should never break the rules or TOS. He should be banned for TOS. Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, I don't think anybody thinks the guy shouldn't get banned, right?
Asmongold's a doomer.
But I'm just saying that I feel like we are witnessing right now a massive culture shift. And I think it's happening right in front of us. I think like the response to posts like this is like a huge indication that it's happening. It's an incel revolution. Unironically, in some cases, yeah. I'm not kidding. I legit think it's happening. Culture shift to what way? To people being able to say and do whatever the fuck they want. Because I think that what happened is that like COVID censorship radicalized a lot of people. And after COVID censorship, then people started being so angry and like hyper aggressive towards any type of suppression that then they started just fighting back against all of it. Toxicity is back, baby. Yeah, there you go. What the fuck is COVID censorship? Oh, well, during COVID, a lot of people went online, and obviously and COVID was like at the same time as like the BLM riots and everything. And at that time, there were people that expressed opinions about COVID that were like not the standardized like normal opinion. And then those people were deplatformed. Now, whether you think that's true or not, or accurate or not, sorry, true, but fair or not, doesn't really matter. I think that it's very obvious that those actions massively radicalized a huge contingency of the population. Like a huge amount of people got hyper radicalized by that happening. So, and I think this is the reaction to it. Yeah, Canada bro sads, all censorship is bad. Well, I think that's, I mean, nobody really believes that, right? People think that censoring like threats and like doxing is generally a good thing. But for the most part, and like calls to violence, generally a good thing. But, you know, other than that, I think censorship is probably bad. Yeah, in almost all cases.
Pennywise.
Do you think people change that fast? No, I don't think they ever.
I don't think they partied with this guy before.
I think that it radicalized some people, but nobody changed. It just made people more of what they were. And I think that also not
oh God.
only did it make more people what they were. I think
all right, looks like we're gonna be in for a trip here.
They want on Twitter. No, nothing changed. It's just that now you get to see the other side. Like they were always there, and that's why, like for example, Trump. I feel like Trump winning in 2016, and even Trump got like what 70 million votes or something like that in 2020. It's not like these people weren't there. It's just that they didn't have a voice. And now that they have a voice, well, you get to hear it. I'm not saying this guy's a Trump supporter or anything, but I'm just saying, like, collectively. There's a difference between feeling able to say and do what you want and being immune to consequences and repercussions of said actions. I don't really think that that difference is that big, personally. Because if somebody can create consequences...
Toxicity is back. Tell me when it was ever out. It's never been out. It's the same shit
kind of like, for
as
example,
always.
It's
always been this
speech,
way.
If you speak out against them, then they kill you.
Asmongold is just being
It's like,
dramatic.
Yeah, you technically do have freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want. It's just that then you go to jail or you're dead. So I feel like freedom of speech is fundamentally freedom of consequences, at least from the government. So like, yeah, I disagree with that. When have you ever had the
Like
freedom to make threats like that?
nothing's changed. There is no huge cultural revolution.
Probably never. Like I don't know. I think not. Yeah. People acting like people are radical for not wanting censorship is wild. I do think that it is radical to think that the girl is in the
Yeah,
wrong.
watch out for the archer.
Whenever she
That guy's gonna
thinks
be the end of
somebody
me if
who
he gets like
is
one hit in.
making like insinuating rape threats at her should get banned. Like I think that is radical. That's crazy radical. I mean, I feel like I am a very reasonable person. I am an extremely reasonable person.
Kind of. Not really. Asmongold's a total doomer. Like he wants to see the worst in humanity, which is fair enough. It's more interesting that way, but the reality is not. It's not the case that everyone is like so fucking crazy. Been invaded by Artoria. Gotta protect Pennywise. I'm not sure what the invader was up to. He was too busy teabagging to actually fight back. Oh well. It's the host. He's off to get loot. Oh, just loaded in. I hope this guy gives me like a cerulean flask. That'd be nice. Cerulean flask, please. No. We only got 4 left. Oh. Can I craft any of those? I can't. Okay, I'll craft a few. Seems like Pennywise might need one. Colin Stetson. Been invaded by Colin. Ah, that's scary. Ah! Too low. It's hard to. Oh, there he is. Oh, I'm out. He wants to parry. Okay, well I guess I'll just follow the rest here. Woo! The AI broke. Oh my god! Pennywise! No! Poor Pennywise. Oh my god, that is scary. That is some terrifying shit. No! Oh my god. Well, it happens. That's what happens when you use Hunter's tongue. Actually, wait, hold on. Let's take a break from Elden Ring for a bit. I need to go pee and then I also want to do some work. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Go listen to some news.
I'm going to tell you about an operation going on in the south of Ukraine that not many people have heard of. A few groups of Marines are holding out in enemy-controlled territory, living in a swamp, drawing fire, and harassing Russian troops in an attempt to protect a Ukrainian city and keep pressure on Crimea. Ukrainian soldiers have crossed the river into enemy territory and established bridgeheads across the Dnipro River. A bridgehead is a strong position secured by an army inside enemy territory from which they can advance or attack. Now, we don't know how many of these bridgeheads exactly exist and how many fighters are involved in the operation. What we do know is that the bridgeheads so far couldn't be expanded, but their success can be measured already. Let's look at what those soldiers are doing, how they first got into enemy-controlled territory, and what all of this means for the defense of southern Ukraine. First of all, what does their presence there mean for the Russians?
Make Russians bring as much reinforcement as possible and make it as a target for main Ukrainian forces on the right bank of Dnipro. And so they are basically a kind of bait for Russia. They make them do regrouping, bring reinforcement, and in time they get destroyed.
Mykola Beliskov knows this stuff. He is a research fellow at the National Institute for Strategic Studies, as well as a senior analyst for Comeback Alive, a nonprofit focused on defense sector analysis.
I heard about
According
that
to
organization.
open source investigations, Russian equipment
They're
is
using
getting
like
destroyed
Patreon
with a
for
ratio
funding,
of 5
but
to 1.
Patreon canceled them or
For
something.
Russia, fighting off the
Because
Ukrainians here is
not allowed
crucial,
to fund militaries.
so they have to respond. These bridgeheads are only 100 kilometers away from Crimea. The peninsula has come under attack by Ukrainian airstrikes, naval drones, and special forces operations in recent months. It is vital for Russia's supply, and any pressure exerted is a major concern for Russia.
Well, Crimea has a special place, well, both for the Russian great power psychology, but also it's a major source of problems for Ukraine. I mean, infrastructures are, if we can get closer to Crimea, well, and isolate it, start isolating it, then the Russian grouping of forces in Zaporizhia region would feel a lot of problems. So that's why Crimea is so important for them, and that's why they are so desperate to reduce to zero any chance that we might enlarge this bridgeheads and advance towards Crimea again.
Following the successful liberation of the city of Kherson in fall 2022, the Russians withdrew to the left bank of the Dnipro River. From there, they continued to indiscriminately shell the city. Ukrainians were fighting them long distance with artillery. In summer last year, the Ukrainians arrived on the other side.
Well, we applied small squad tactics to cross, so Russians are unable to spot every single place from which we are doing this cross-river work, and they can suppress fully logistics. So by these facts, we were able to create these bridgeheads and then to sustain them. So we have this, in general, tentative balance when neither we are able to enlarge this bridgehead.
The city of Kherson is literally on the front line. Russian-occupied territory is just a few hundred meters away, in range of snipers, drones, and artillery. And the Ukrainian Marines are keeping some of them busy. The soldiers there are fighting in swampy terrain with thick vegetation, the Russians in front of them, and the river at their backs. It is not a normal battlefield.
Disguise is crucial. In these conditions, you have to hide. It's almost impossible to fight and build fortifications in these conditions. The geography makes it almost impossible. If you have a body of water between you and your rear positions, it makes everything that much more difficult. If you get injured, you can't just be picked up by a car. Of course that affects morale. It's harder just to do your job.
Тому що логістика не така легка, скажімо, як під'їхала би машина.
Infantry is involved. Yes, they cross involving boats. Also UAVs are employed for logistics, including, and it's natural again. We are able to create only small bridgeheads and sustain small bridgeheads, because if we try to create major crossings, makeshift bridges, it would be a point of extreme vulnerability.
За лодками орки охотяться, дуже охотяться.
The Russian orcs go after the boats very aggressively.
Russian orcs?
They're a valuable target for them. It's tough for our morale. You get used to it, but it's hard. It just goes with the job here. It's all about disguise, being cautious, and never letting
It's
down
never
your
good to
guard.
dehumanize people,
As soon as
but
you let down your guard, you can
it's
get
funny.
wounded or even killed.
Процентні увага. Тому що зазіваєшся, зразу можеш бути і пораненим, і вбитим.
The reason these crossings were possible in the first place is an event that took place on June 6th last year.
The Novakakhovka Dam was breached and flooded large areas left and right of the Dnipro River.
Yes, they created disaster, but it worked. This incident worked both in their favor and in our favor. The number of enemy troops there was small, and we managed to gain a foothold.
Кількість противника там була невелика, і вдалося, закріпитися.
It is believed that Russian forces in control of the dam destroyed it to prevent a large-scale offensive by the Ukrainians.
It was valuable for Russians to destroy this dam to temporarily increase the level of the water and to create problems for any attempt to do crossings, to create bridgeheads and then to enlarge them. So that's a part of the story that unfortunately didn't materialize, but that's my understanding how we plan to do this offensive and the role of these bridgeheads in the original plan.
The plans for a large-scale offensive were foiled, but amid the chaos, Ukraine was able to deploy troops to the other side. Now, the Marines are soaking up the Russian attention, preventing them from moving closer to the river and drawing some of the fire that will be targeting cities under Ukrainian control.
If we're pushed out of there, the enemy will come straight in. It's really close to Kherson. The enemy will come and be much too close to Kherson.
And while we see that some cities are spared, others unfortunately are not that spared. So it's not that even story, but yes, basically any activity of military, it's diverting attention from strictly civilian sides, but only to a certain extent, since Russians are employing indiscriminate fire all along, including in Kherson direction.
There's a small contingent of troops working in these bridgeheads on a rotational basis. How many exactly is a well-kept secret. The military hasn't shared any specifics with us. But from what we've been told, everything has to get in by boat, so they are limited to light arms.
The Marines are receiving support from Ukrainian forces on the right bank.
The bird does everything for us. We send it over, it flies, and we control it from here. Basically, we find the targets there, we find the enemy there, we identify them, send all the information to headquarters.
These men are part of a reconnaissance unit. They identify targets for artillery, attack drones, and serve as the eyes of their own infantry on the ground. The skies in this region are downright infested with drones, both Ukrainian and Russian.
Here we see everything from the sky, and we can share that info, and we know what we're facing. The enemy, just like us, is learning, is digging in, and they don't want to give up their positions.
Укріплюються і не хоче здавати позиції свої.
The Ukrainians are on the other side of the river, but only a few of them. They would need makeshift bridges to move enough soldiers and weapons to the other side to really move the front line. It seems the Russians can't wipe them out. In order to be able to do that, they would have to move many troops from other parts of the front line. It seems like a stalemate. While the Russians continue to hit Kherson, the Ukrainian Marines risk their lives to make it cost as much as possible.
What is this? EA unleashed a firestorm. What is this? There's EA drama again?
I've got to start things off today with a simple question. Have you seen the headlines across the internet? Here's one of them. Electronic Arts CEO says they're interested in putting ads in their video games. And of course, that's something that we're all going to feel. I don't know about you, but I really liked it whenever I fired up Amazon to watch the Fallout TV show, and then suddenly found out that my paid Amazon Prime subscription has now been downgraded to be ad-supported, even though I'm still paying money, and I now have to pay extra money in order to not get ads. So this encroachment of ads, I think it's something that we're all becoming very, familiar with. And that means that this story obviously blasted across the internet, and I totally get why. You see those headlines and immediately it confirms all of the things that you already know is terrible about EA and their leadership, right? It brings back all of those memories of the old days whenever EA was consistently getting themselves activist voted to being the worst company in America, which really is quite a feat when you take a look at some of the other companies in America. So EA's investor call was last week, and that does mean that we've got a glimpse inside the inner workings of the mega publisher. That means upcoming games, a little bit of Battlefield, talk about financial performance, and yes, advertising. But on this show, the whole reason why it's more than just me, why there is a team, is we like to look at the why, not just the what, and actually understand why EA would even talk about something like this, because come on, surely they knew that this would explode across the internet. You've seen the tweets like this. Culture Crave. EA CEO says they're looking to put ads in their video games. Another one from Dexerto, right? Saying EA is interested in putting in-game ads in their AAA titles. And look at this very sad Eminem-looking dude. I mean, yeah, this obviously blew up. Everybody's been clowning on it. And we all know why. Pretty rough look, right? And this has been the lasting takeaway of their recent investor call. And it's an investor call that when we actually went through all of it, it didn't have that much to say. Like, EA is definitely having a quiet year, right? Lower performance, but just less releases, right? There's not as much going on. And of course, that's all following their layoffs. That said, there's a rather cute thing. They launched Apex,
not a lot going
season,
on.
which contained $40 weapon
there's
cosmetics
not
at the same
enough
time
devs.
that they announced
Wonder where all the
live
devs
service
went.
revenue growth hadn't fully met expectations this quarter. I don't think that those things are a coincidence, and of course with Apex Legends, you know the ongoing story. They had amazing revenue peaks, but they've basically struggled to get their money back up, and that has meant the likes of getting the Buster Sword, that being very expensive, $40 weapon skins, and all of the usual clownery that you could expect. Now, we did learn a little bit about their release slate. It's definitely not the biggest EA release slate. What they did confirm, though, is 2 new non-sports games coming out before March 2025. There is going to be a partner title, which likely will be the EA original game, and then there is a owned IP title. And we really don't have to speculate too much there. We basically know it's Dragon Age Dreadwolf. That's because Eurogamer have went on record with their sources. Here's just a excerpt from Eurogamer. One of these is Dragon Age Dreadwolf. Eurogamer understands, which will be fully revealed this summer after years of teases. So that's what their sources are telling them, and I am inclined to believe that. I mean, come on, at this stage, Dreadwolf has actually got to come out at some day. So expect Dragon Age reveal this summer, and it likely coming out in the 4th quarter of this year. Of course, November 14th, 2024 is actually the decade anniversary of Dragon Age Inquisition, so I'm sure if they wanted to, they could do something cute around those dates. And it is quite funny, that's just 10 years of BioWare being a black hole that sucked in potential and success and really spat out nothing. Anyway, the other 2 stories come from the investor report, not just the advertising story that, of course, is the reason why we're all here. There's another quote which has been widely reported from the CEO, Andrew Wilson, and in it he's talking about his feelings on live services, and it does sound like the most ghoulish approach to game development possible. This is what he said, quote, "And again, as I've talked about in the prepared remarks, I've just spent a whole bunch of time with the collective Battlefield team playing what they're building, and it is going to be an other tremendous live service." Now, that quote has went around. It's been a little bit stripped of context, though, so I think it's good if we put that context back in. Because here, he's actually not answering a question about game development. He is trying to defend EA's reporting practices, right? Because of some investor dude asking that question. And basically, the company reports all of their live services under the same metrics, and the questioner basically wanted to know why. So Wilson's response is that everything counts for the company, and that just means that they need more of them, more live services. So as much as out of context, it is him talking about Battlefield in a way that just kind of makes you squirm a little bit. And of course, saying another successful live service is hilarious if you're a Battlefield fan. BF 2042, yeah, it has actually been on the uptick. It had done well, but come on, it was overall a total shit show. The idea of Battlefield having had any form of successful live service is of course preposterous in the eyes of most players. If you're like me, you will remember that yes, with Battlefield 1 you did have to purchase DLCs, but you probably also remember that that meant there was an absolute shed load of maps in that game, so much more content than any of the future Battlefield games would have. Now the good news is, Wilson did talk about Battlefield in a more like game-related way during his prepared comments. He basically talked about the closure of Ridgeline and the shift of Criterion and Motive's second team, and confirmed that the next Battlefield has got the biggest team ever for the franchise, which is potentially good, potentially not good. If it's just throwing bodies into the development heap, that could be quite rough. If, though, it is more about parallel development, then that actually can work quite well. So, we'll obviously have to see. Now, what was notable to me is how woolly his language was. I mean, this is what Wilson said. Motive, armed with cutting-edge frostbite technology and compelling storytelling, is joining DICE, Criterion, and Ripple Effect to build a Battlefield universe across connected multiplayer and single-player experiences. Because, yes, connected experiences, which very much means Wilson is not confirming what we're actually going to be getting, though he did still mention single-player. Anyway, do remember that the last Battlefield game was made in about 12 months from the bones of essentially an extraction shooter with humongous staff turnover at DICE, so to be honest, it would be quite hard for them to cock up with the next one as much as they did with Battlefield 2024. Now, with that said, it does kind of give us the shape of today's story, right? There's what EA says of their own volition. That's the second quote that I talked about with Andrew, right? Andrew talking about the actual game itself. And then there's what EA will say when they are asked a question by investors, and that is how we get to the advertising component of today's story. This is because earnings calls are in 2 parts. The first part is a presentation from the company, right? Prepared remarks where they are expanding on their obligatory sort of reporting and that kind of thing, right? They're really controlling their own message. And then the other side is questions from people who are on the earnings call, who will often be representing large investors who really don't tend to be as interested in video games. As far as a lot of them are concerned, these companies, these corporations, they're just selling widgets. What they care about is just a lot of that performance and strategy. So we went through the transcription of both to basically bring you what's going on here. And for some context, right, here are the people who were on that Q&A. You had Morgan Stanley, who were asking a question about operating margin disclosure terms. We have UBS, who are asking about live service revenue expectations. There was Roth MKM, who were asking about live service reporting breakdowns. We have Raymond James, who asked, did Apex add solo mode back because of player demand? So, Raymond James, apparently, true gamers. The one investing group who actually seems to have asked a question to do with video games. I thought that was quite funny. R.W. Baird asked about mobile plans. Benchmark Company asked, of course, about AI plans over time. And Goldman Sachs are the people who asked about EA's plans for in-game advertising, right? You can see, though, that those are all general questions for the purpose of fund manager type people, okay? So with that context, I think you can understand how the advertising topic came up. It's not something that EA actually brought up in their prepared remarks. It is something that was brought up to them, and then Wilson was essentially forced to respond. Now, the thing is, in regards to EA specifically, we've actually seen all of this before. As an example, there were adverts for the Obama campaign in Burnout Paradise, right? I even remember seeing advertisements for Battlefield DLC within Battlefield maps. We have Adidas, who have been selling a Miles Morales suit in Spider-Man, and to be honest, it looks absolutely like trash. I don't know why they thought that would be good. So this has been happening, and it's been happening in EA games already over the last few years. As an example, Warner Media is a partner with EA, and they proceeded to do some testing in a live environment. And that actually led to full-screen advertising appearing in UFC, which got very prompt, very negative feedback for users, leading to EA actually walking it back and, well, apologizing for the situation, right? Funky thing. Now, to get to what Wilson actually says, well, he doesn't actually say he's expecting to put ads in games during this call. So that tweet from Dexerto saying that EA are going to be putting adverts in AAA games, well, technically true if you're thinking about the UFC example, if you're thinking about where you could imagine a company like that going, but let's actually go to what Andrew Wilson actually said, right? So that we're grounded in reality first. So here's the quote. To answer your question on advertising broadly again, I think we're still early in that front, and we have looked over the course of our history to be very thoughtful about advertising in the context of our play experiences. Now, he does include saying that they do eventually expect to make money from advertising when games shift outside of their traditional model, which, per Wilson, basically means user-generated content platform types of games. Here's another quote from him. So, quote, looking at how we do very thoughtful implementations inside our game experiences. So you can see that Wilson is using very woolly language. He's not really committing to anything concrete, and he's certainly not saying that in between maps in your next Battlefield game that you'll get an advert for hot wings at Applebee's.
One-eyed
Willy
language.
And when you continue to go through what Wilson said, he actually appears to be more keen about advertising outside of their games. He says, more importantly, as we start to build community and harness the power of community beyond the bounds of our games, how do we think about advertising as a growth driver in those types of experiences? And that then brings us to why we're even talking about this in the first place. You can see here quite clearly that an investor wanted to know where to put their money, right? That's what they're trying to do. That's basically why earnings calls are there. It's why this is a heavily regulated space. So this is a chance for investors to tell EA what the investors care about. And for EA, it's a chance to convince those investors that EA does recognize their concerns and thinks about the same things, even if they don't intend to follow through. As an example, Electronic Arts never went deep into Web3 or crypto stuff, right? Basically no further than some spurious investments with partners. But the thing is, Andrew Wilson was very keen to tell investors that they were going to the future of the industry in 2021. They even went as far as hiring roles with experience, and that led to headlines like this one from PC Gamer. EA calls NFT and blockchain games the future of our industry. Has that been reflected in anything EA has done since? And that's because, ultimately, there's a bit of a trick going on in earnings calls. And this is a real useful skill to kind of have to cut through the corporate bollocks. everything said in an earnings call kind of has to be objectively true, right? And that's because it's a listed company, and if a publicly listed company lies to investors, well, in this case, they would get in a lot of trouble with the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC. So they're being objectively true, but it turns out you can be objectively true, but that doesn't mean what you're saying is real. And I know that sounds really strange, but what it means is if there's one person inside EA who is working on whether or not advertising in-game is a fundamentally profitable model, then EA's investors can be told that it's something they're looking into. EA gets to happily tell them about that on an earnings call. That's it. EA maybe pays for a few salaries to explore some ideas, right? And maybe that will eventually make the line go up somewhere down the line, maybe for Apex or FIFA or the user-generated content side of Sims 5. But right now what this is a very clear example of some investor pressure as a force that companies have got to manage, right? Because there's the times they speak to you and me as their customers. Maybe they might speak to the likes of me or other people as members of the press, of media, but then they speak to investors as investors. And the earnings call is just one of those things where they play it out strategically, they try to tick the boxes, even though you can tick a box in a way that leaves it ticked, but irrelevant. So, it is not the time to raise alarm bells. That being said, I don't trust these companies. Ultimately, these investor pressures are real. And the challenging thing is that if another AAA company decides we're going to experiment with in-game advertising in a more meaningful way,
they should experiment with making good
they
games.
will reward that behavior.
I wonder if they've
That will then
experimented
create an
with that.
incentive for other players in the industry to follow suit, and that will then lead to a degree of normalization. Now, there are places where
Maybe
we do
they'll
see
actually make
examples
some
of
money
this.
if they make a
Take
good
the
game.
mobile game genre, right? In there, what they often do is for their free users, the free users can earn premium currency, but they do that by watching adverts. Now, we are in a time where AAA games are stupidly expensive to make. We're constantly seeing game development times of 6 to 7 years. 3.5 years to make Star Wars Jedi Survivor. That being 3.5 years was considered to be an absolute, like a remarkable feat of production on behalf of Respawn. So games take a long time to make, they're very expensive, and if they are these live service games, then you just have to have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of staff who are able to feed content into that. Currently, the way that those games monetize in the long tail is battle passes, okay? Now, here's the problem with the battle pass or with the Diablo in-game store. I am never going to buy a bit of armor on the Diablo store. To me, that is honestly kind of stupid. Now, obviously, that's not an EA game, but say if you're Activision Blizzard, you're going to start thinking, okay, we are making bank from a bunch of our users. What else can we do? And maybe you have a more soft form of advertising that is more of a collaboration, as we see in the likes of Fortnite. It is not, to me, unthinkable, though, that you could see an encroachment of advertising in the future. Now, I don't think it would ever be as bad, as disruptive as it is in mobile games, but even now, take YouTube is investigating having pause screen ads on their TV platform. On lots of streaming platforms, you have pause screen ads. So who's to say that a loading screen ad couldn't be a thing? And who's to say that rather than direct advertising, they could go for incentivized user behavior in the way that in some places you can fill out a survey or whatever to get a little bit of in-game currency or just anything like that. Now, of course, for these companies, the large risk factor is that if they do that, they then cheapen a big premium experience. So I could only really see this happening in the context of free-to-play games, likely free-to-play games with user-generated content, with a large user-generated content marketplace that then has digital currency on it. So the idea of watch an advert, get some V-Bucks. That's the sort of thing that I absolutely do see coming to the industry. Ultimately, it is accepted on
Don't they already
mobile.
have that, though?
So the idea that maybe in the future
That's already a
Epic
thing in
could
mobile
move into
gaming.
advertising, do that on Fortnite,
It's
on
nothing
iOS
new,
and
it's like
Android, where
old
the idea
shit.
of watching an advert for some currency is a totally normalized thing. And who knows
Yeah.
where that thin end of the wedge goes. So,
But it's not for
Ultimately,
PC
a lot
gaming,
of
I
what
guess.
Andrew Wilson said was very juicy, made for amazing headlines, and was rather blown out of proportion. He did not say that they're going to be doing that immediately. That being said, this does show investor pressure, and there are instances. Remember, what I said is, to a lot of the investor class, they are interested in games in that they might see games as a promising new industry, but they don't care about the games. Again, it's all widgets, right? Whether your widget seller is Activision Blizzard or Electronic Arts or Netflix or something else, they don't really care as much. And they are seeing other purveyors of digital widgets, the streaming services, do really well by having premium ad-supported tiers. That is the thing that I am personally worried about. Wilson did not give us a smoking gun or anything like that, but we do know the pressures that him and his management team are going to be under when it comes to games, especially as they probably think about the likes of the Battlefield franchise and how much they did struggle monetizing the live service aspect. So, that ultimately then is what I think is going on today. I hope you found this to be interesting. I really do enjoy just getting into the weeds of these stories, and I suppose as much as you can see a tweet saying Andrew Wilson's going to put ads into AAA games, and we can all get extremely alarmed and worried, what I'm more interested in is, why would Andrew Wilson want to do that, even if there's a voice in his head saying our audience won't like it? What are the pressures that he is under? And that's, I hope, what we've been able to do today, so that we all come out of this video just understanding the world a smidge more. All right, that's it from me. I'll see you back here again tomorrow.
What else can we listen to? Diablo 4 has given up on its old direction. I thought it just said Diablo
In a
4
way,
has
Blizzard
given
have
up.
given up. They've decided to just drop all pretenses and
It's
speak
just
very
given up.
directly to their audience with Diablo 4, because its 4th season doesn't have an in-universe name. It's just called...
Man, I'm so glad I didn't work on Diablo 4. Everyone fucking hates Diablo. Oh shit, roll finger. Joseph, don't run towards me, I'm out of time. Please hit it once. Hit it once. Yes, okay, we're on. Got the ball rolling. Josepha, you're rewarded for your bravery. Okay, I should probably move. Those might be after me. Nope. Okay. Keep dodging. Keep dodging. Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm so dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Okay. We got this, Josepha. You're brave enough to tank the... to smack him once with your weapon, so I'll help you out here. Like walk sideways, no, it won't be able to hit you. It's so easy, just like that. How come it has so much health? What new game is this? Is this new game plus 1? I feel like this thing has more health than usual. Should be dead soon. Oh, what am I doing? I'm dead. Ooh. Ooh. Wow. Well done. Putrid avatar, he needs the sponge. Give me a sec, be right back. I gotta wash my sweaty gamer hands. Okay, I'm back. What happened to his head? I made some adjustments. I made some adjustments to the head. Yeah, like the old design, it's okay, but it's also like not really what I was after. I think this race has gone through the most redesigns. Yeah, it's a her. It's a her, guys. Look, she's got the infestacy. Like those things will actually open up and like grab people. They'll grab your dick off. You gotta have a JJ for it. It's like Sir now. She has the like Sir also has like from Exanima. Sir also has the vagina head. That shit grips. I mean, if she wants to grip, right? But yeah, then I think you'd basically be kind of screwed at that point. Well and truly screwed. I think yeast infections would be the least of your problems then. I think you'd be happy to have a yeast infection compared to whatever actually she'll actually give you, you know. Does it split back or something? Nah. It'll pulsate though, like right here. If you put your thumb on her forehead, you'll feel like a pulse. It'll be like ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Kind of like the drum roll when I meet up with Dissy's mom. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Called Loot Reborn. And that's notable. The last 3 seasons have all had kind of moody in-universe names, but here it is them just screaming from the rooftops, hey, we're changing loot big time, please notice us. Blizzard clearly know that they cannot afford to have their audience not understand what.
So does every person with this race have a soft spot on their forehead? I don't know. Maybe it's just a facial option. I haven't really thought about it. I'll have to expand the lore on these creatures a bit more.
what's up. That's why they're making noise like this. They know that their day-to-day, week-to-week core ARPG players need to be reached, need to be won back, that they're all about the game system. So now the Diablo 4 is about to be 1 year
I thought they
old.
hated their
Yes, it really
players.
does fly.
Wait, I thought Blizzard fucking hated their players. Why are they trying to reach back? Like, come back to us. We don't hate you.
Let's go and take a look at Blizzard's attempt to bring the people back. Right then, the pitch for this season is real simple. It is a full structural revamp to the game. In a way, a fresh start. And what they want, I think, is what they've got in headlines like this.
They don't want you. They want your money.
Blizzard just revived Diablo 4 with a list of changes so massive that it's practically a new game. That's from PC Gamer.
Does every
And
male have a
obviously,
penis
that is the best
for it?
form of marketing, because
No,
they have
same.
changed their game in a way that is being picked up as newsworthy. That's real good, because it means they don't have to spend marketing budget or anything like that. It is essentially organic reach. So it's clearly working, and what's entertaining to me is it kind of means this season will have less new content. There is no standalone big, like, mechanical update for the seasonal realm that is tied to an ongoing narrative and a quest line. No, they're not doing that now. Instead, it is all about the overhaul to the core systems, and all of that reinforced by a minor narrative event tied to the Iron Wolves Mercenary Company. And even some of these events will actually persist through into the Eternal Realm, meaning that they're not seasonally specific things. So it's obvious what's going on here. They're near their first anniversary. They have a new expansion coming out towards the end of this year. What they want to do is reactivate their players and convince people who have seen negative headlines that now is actually the time to jump back in. And they do stand to gain a lot, because like by June 2023, which of course was launch month, it had already been played by 10 million people. So that was a fairly big number, right? That's the amount of people that, you know, even by then they could
10
sort
million
of reach
shit
into and
eaters.
reactivate. But of course, since then other things have happened. Like D4 is on Game Pass. Game Pass has got like in and around 30 million subscribers. That is a hell of a lot of people, and according to Sarah Bond, who is an Xbox executive, the Game Pass crowd have actually became the biggest single audience group for D4. So that's a lot of people, and yes, loads of those initial players will have been churned, but those Game Pass people, they're pretty new and fresh, so if they can be locked in via a real big like update to core systems, that could be a serious performer for Blizzard. Of course, this is also in the context of there being a lot of competition in the market. You've got the likes of No Rest for the Wicked, which is a fairly different game, but also Path of Exile. PoE 2 is going to be a thing. There's games like Last Epoch, which are very much made for a certain subsection. So when people are playing D4 and finding out that it is the right genre, but it's not really exactly scratching the itch that they do have a wealth of other options. And that's where things have been interesting, because even if D4 is a profitable game and the store is doing well and all of that stuff, even if that's all the case, the perception with loads of players is still that Diablo is kind of struggling for the mind share of audiences. So that's why I think actually just going for a full perception change, actually marking this as being a different thing by not having it be an in-universe season, by just calling it Season 4 Loot Reborn, that is them just directly trying to tap into that audience and reactivate people. So let's talk about what's going on.
Loot
In a way, we're
Reborn.
getting Loot 2.0 2.0. Of course, you may have been there during the original Loot 2.0,
tear it out of the
which
placenta.
which was a part of Reaper of Souls development for Diablo 3. But anyway, right. Loot is what they are trying to fix. And one of the biggest problems that audiences had with D4 is that looting...
Imagine being Blizzard, the company that developed the entire like Diablo-style loot system that we know today, and then having an issue with making loot.
just doesn't feel great. Basically just the way that itemization is, looting could be a pain in the ass, and you would end up just going through so much loot that it would just be a really big chore. And that's the sort of thing that they want to fix up. So the core principle is that Loot 2.0 is back. Here's a screenshot from 2013, and it is kind of relevant, right? Like, Loot 2.0 philosophy, less is more, items support builds, rarity equals power. That is not a slide from Diablo 4, that is a slide from Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls. And in principle, we are seeing similar things. I mean, how many jokes have there been lately about companies doing big releases for games and essentially through their live service, they've just been slowly working back to kind of where they were. That's definitely what's happening here. So This is from Blizzard. They say, the result is that fewer items will drop overall, but those items will be more likely to be valuable. They have reduced item affixes to 3 on legendaries, 2 on rares, so that's quite something. And affixes are now applied to players rather than enemies. As an example, base increases to movement speed, core skills, dropped items are now more simple, where tempering basically allows affixes to be applied onto weapons based on finding a manual in-game, and then masterworking is endgame crafting. It is basically boosting applied affixes and upgrading the rarity of those affixes randomly up to 3 times with options for resets. So the idea there is that there's lots of tinkering with your gear to get it to be the way that you want. Then aspects from legendary items, they are now just retained indefinitely, but in the codex, not in your base inventory. And the way it'll work is it will always record the most powerful extracted version of any aspect, and that can be used repeatedly. The way it worked in the old system was you would unlock things in the codex, but it would never be a good roll. If you wanted a really good roll of one of those things that was in your codex, you'd have to get a bit of gear that had a good roll and then extract the affix off that bit of gear. So that's quite a change. Then they say that on the seasonal realm, the codex will reset, transferring its stuff to the eternal realm and keeping any higher value duplicates. We then have rarity and power. So world tiers are now going to be directly affecting drop rarity, sacreds in world tier 3 and ancestrals in world tier 4, but some uniques can appear in world tier 1 and world tier 2, with all appearing from world tier 3 upwards. Uber uniques can appear as soon as you fight enemies at level 55 and at max eye level, and then for legendary item drops, well, they can be from any enemy that's over 95, and they will have a
I'm already
base power
fucking
of
bored.
around 25.
I'm
Greater
actually
affixes
yawning
then
hearing about
can't
all
be
this.
crafted. They can only be found. They have, though, unique visuals and audio cues alongside 1.5x boosted power.
Eye
And
level?
Gems have just been
What?
fully reworked, right? So
More
normal
grinding?
gems
You
now
guys
appear
wanna
from level
grind for loot,
51
guys?
onwards. So overall, right, the totality of all of this is
Yo,
that
a
loot
mask?
is more simple, it's more
Oh,
meaningful,
the
it's more
mask isn't,
approachable. So in a way, it will kind of look like
It's
there's
not
less,
updated
but
for
then
this
at
yet.
endgame,
I think
there's
I'm gonna
far more
scrap
player
the idea
expression
of
and
the mask.
customization with that gear, which should allow you
But
to
I don't
just
think
kind
the
of
mask idea
just
is
aim your
very
way
good
to whatever
anymore.
super busted build that you actually want to play. And it's that level of player control. That is really what people have wanted from these game systems. And looking at a game like, say, Last Epoch and the player feedback there, like what people have been excited about, a lot of that is player control, right? Player agency, you know, over their gear, over their build. So all that stuff's kind of cool, but there are more gameplay updates, and to be honest, these look real good. So Helltides are being heavily reworked.
Saint,
the
are
way
you
that
the
it was in
mask?
the past, of course, was you know, you're killing dudes and then you're opening the chests. Now here's how they work. So number one, they appear in world tier 1 and 2. The whole friction of the chests, that is now removed, right? It's just gone. Now the loot that the chests would carry, it just drops from enemies. And the way this works is that whenever
Oh
you
my
get a kill,
God.
you generate a threat score. And then the
Threat
higher your
score?
threat, the more enemies will begin to target you. So basically,
Is that like my credit score?
You kill dudes to get more dudes to come after you, so you can kill those dudes to get even more dudes, and then eventually, when you hit a high threshold, you'll be targeted by a Hellborn enemy.
Oh
and
my
that Hellborn
God, I'll be
enemy will
targeted.
basically be, well, a harder thing to fight. That
I'll
will
finally
get
be
you your
wanted
loot.
by
And
people.
that loot is in the form of a baleful heart, and then if you get 3 of those baleful hearts and you place them in a ritual site during the Helltide, an extra Blood Maiden boss will spawn, which you can
Dude, that sounds like a lot of busy work.
defeat. And then during Season 4, you may also get a Profane Mind Cage
First you gotta
elixir.
do this,
If
then you gotta
use
do
that,
that,
it will
then you gotta do
increase the level
this,
of all
then
monsters
oh
in
my
Helltide
God,
by
you
10
increase
and
your
boost
score.
the Cinder drop rates. The other thing then is the Pit of Artificers, which is
Oh
a
my
repeatable
God.
late game challenge from World Tier 4
I
on.
feel like a
It's got
true
200
gamer.
levels. It's
I'm such a
time
gamer,
dungeon
guys.
crawl where you're basically racing to beat bosses. Of course, harder
I
bosses.
feel like mask can
faster
just be
you
a regular
go, better
accessory.
loot you get.
Yeah, I
It
think
is
so
kind of
too.
what you would expect. And to me, it is just real funny. Like the way that this game launched to where it's going, and it does just remind me of Reaper of Souls. We're changing how loot works, and eventually I've got to imagine we'll end up with some system that's a little bit like Greater Rifts, but maybe takes more.
I'm
of
gonna change the
inspiration
lore
from,
around
say,
these
like the maps
guys
in
a
Path of
bit.
Exile. The thing is, though, all that stuff that I've just said, if you're like a dedicated D4 player, you might already know that because
Dedicated
it's
shit
already
eater.
playable on PTR. And that's been one of the big things, one of the big stories in this game.
You
is
guys are dedicated
continually things
shit
have been
eater.
misfires. A real good example of that, actually, and a minor drama that's cropped up around this season is the whole construct stuff from Season 3, where initially people just did not like the mode at all. Then Blizzard did a whole bunch of changes really quickly, and now it's at the stage where people are kind of sad that that mode is going. Now, they basically said that they are aware of that, but, you know, they want to get things right if they're going to be an evergreen system. The core point, though, is Blizzard continually made missteps. Oddly enough, the PTR is actually doing a good job of reactivating players. Like, Rod Ferguson told IGN that they're actually seeing people on the PTR that were not playing the seasonal content of D4. I think that just shows you the sort of the reach that they've got and how just calling it Loot Reborn instead of some sort of in-universe name has just very clearly communicated to people that this is Blizzard reaching out to them, not at an in-universe level, but on a more metatextual level, and that ultimately does seem to be scratching the itch that people had, right? Actually meeting their worry. So if you think about the 10 million players who were there in and around the launch of this expansion, you think about all of the people who've got access to this via Game Pass, this only needs to reactivate a few percent of them to actually move
Did
the
they
needle
blink?
in a very
Probably
major
not.
way. And that's real important for Blizzard because, of course, the new Diablo expansion is going to be up for
Their
pre-order.
anatomy doesn't
Whatever they're
support
doing
blinking.
here is literally the foundation of that expansion's loot system, right? And of course, on the more mercenary side, the better things are now, the better those pre-orders will be. And at least if some of those leaked surveys are anything to go by, oh boy, some of those pre-order options may end up being expensive. But anyway, now the PTR is finished, the patch notes are there, the feedback has been processed, and it's coming out on the 14th, which I believe is tomorrow. Basically, it's happening right now. And if you're wondering, like, is this working? Are people interested? Right now, signs are pointing to yes. So in places like the
Wow.
D4 subreddit, the general mood is actually optimism.
Is
And
D4 a
I mean,
good
it does
game
make
now?
sense. You just look at the sheer quantity of changes here and how it really does seem that the vast majority of them are very, very good indeed, and they're directly like reacting to player feedback. It's kind of no surprise. And even marketing it like this is kind of admitting all the L's that they've taken up to this point, which again is going to mean that people actually feel heard. And if people feel heard, well, then it's going to be a lot easier to reach them with your new updates. So because of that, you got loads of posts like
That's
this one just
fantastic.
saying, actually, I
Good
can't
for them.
wait. This season is a new beginning for the game. And there's loads of posts like that. Genuinely, a lot of optimism going around the content creator space. Also seen a lot of optimism. Basically, this has just been a really, really strong example of how to market your game in a little bit of a non-traditional way. And of course, because
Maybe the
this
shit
PTR
tastes better this time
process
around.
has been positive, and the PTR
Maybe it's
will
like-
be, of course, continuing in the future. Not
It
only
has
will
a
people
umami.
say, oh, we have
It has
a
some
better
umami
foundation
to it
here in terms of
instead
the
of
game systems, but because
just
the
like being
PTR
flavorless
exists,
shit.
well, we're going to be better at solving problems in the future. And I think all of that then gives a sense of hope. And that, I think, is one of the most important things for a game like this. I know that whenever we start to bring in words like a player's investment of time, I know that that just starts to, it starts to seem like I'm just saying cynical business speak. But no, I actually do think it matters. At the end of the day, you don't want to feel like the sucker who invested all of your time in a game that ultimately is going downhill. So that's why this stuff is so very important. But beyond just those big headline things, there are also lots of smaller details and quality of life features that are only really being picked up by people now that the streams are over and the devs have actually been teasing them for the launch build. Things like you can now spur mounts in town, you can gamble for ancestrals before level 73. The Opal vendor operates differently, so it doesn't feel like, as terrible as an experience as it did. I'm just going through, again, people's reactions, like at least for one player, the idea that you can search your stash by item power, that's just something that they've been frustrated about since launch, and now it has been solved, and that will feel good. And that means the narrative has
Damn,
changed.
now
We're
you
not
can search
talking
by
about a
item
season
power?
where people are feeling miserable about the seasonal mechanic, or the seasonal narrative,
actually
or the
pretty
lack
crazy.
of changes, or a season that maybe is good, but is still suffering from
Heck,
long-standing
even I might
structural
get into
issues that
D4
are
now.
undermining any good work that does happen. Instead, now we have a PTR that's given the community space to soak in the big new features. We have an audience that actually feels like they are being personally catered to because small details are being changed, and then the devs are having the wherewithal to highlight those small changes, and where the entire news cycle has honestly turned a little bit into we're back. again, I would
D4
say
good?
don't buy Diablo 4 based on this, right? Don't don't do that. Maybe
Sorry,
wait for
I'm
the new
convinced now.
expansion, because when
I'm
the new expansion
convinced. I
comes
should
out,
go
the
right
base
now.
game will probably
Download
be cheaper.
Battle.net.
Its content isn't going
Battle.net.
anywhere. It's not like this
Download
season even
D4.
has a lot of content, so you're totally fine to wait. I think what
Now that I
or
can
maybe who
sort
this
by
matters
item
for, though,
power.
is people like me. People who have dabbled a little bit in the seasons, people who
It's
play
time for me
a
to
decent, like a
go
pretty
big
good
dick on
amount of D4
D4.
at launch, but just haven't been interested. I actually feel like the chances of me hopping into the game and enjoying the systems and not being frustrated, well, those chances appear to have went massively up. So I suppose if that's Blizzard's kind of KPI, if that's the
It's
thing that they
gone
want to change
to
in player perception,
0.01
then
from 0.
fair play. I think they are actually doing that. The store still kind of sucks, right? You know, all of those things, those still exist as problems.
Just like the
But
drop chance
aside
for
from that, you have the game development staff
or Invincible.
doing game development, trying to respond to problems, solving them, cooking up new designs, and it actually seems that they've been able to do that. And that does make a lot of sense because, I mean, looking at what happened with Tango Gameworks, looking at what's happening just across the board in the games industry, specifically at Microsoft, it is all about doubling down on the safer bets, right? Focusing on the franchises that they know can actually move the needle. And I think that means that a game like D4 is safe enough where it's at a scale that it is a corporately important video game. So I think because of that, they're likely getting plenty of resources. I suppose I just wonder, in the same way that Loot 2.0, I believe it came out in the pre-patch for Reaper of Souls the first time we had a Loot 2.0, I'm just going to be very keen to see what the next expansion actually does with this, okay? Because if the foundations are good, like what is their new version of, say, a greater Rift? I mean,
I've been
Rift's been
summoned.
fine, but maybe I'm wanting something new.
Oh,
The
gotta
Vaxxile
protect the
players are
host.
always talking
Pew,
about how
pew.
good the map
Death,
system is.
death.
And I suppose lastly, where I would not have cared as much about the new expansion to this game, well, if the foundations are good and they're
Oh,
gonna
look,
try
it's
to put pretty
Pennywise.
hard on new systems for the expansion, well, I'm actually
partied
now
with Pennywise
primed
before.
to pay attention and to bother. Whereas in the past, I just would have thought,
Well done, well
you know,
done.
Diablo 4, missed opportunities, not for me. Pretty good stuff, actually, from Blizzard. Credit where it's due. I mean, we're harsh when it is time to be harsh, and of course, if you're going to be harsh, then when other good things happen,
We should
it
just
is
be
only
harsh all
right
the
to
time.
Also cover those. Like that's
It's more fun that
ultimately-
way.
You know, you have to play fair, right? So
No,
that's the crack of
never.
that. Let me
Play
know,
fair?
is this
Fuck
enough
that.
to actually get you interested? Again, it certainly does seem to be for a lot of the ARPG people that I listen to. So let me know what that's like for you. And of course, stay tuned. There will
Dark
be
Souls
content
players don't
tomorrow
play
because
fair.
there's a
Why
lot
should
of
we?
things going on in the industry. See you then.
I think maybe it's a bit too serrated. It's a little bit too busy. I'm gonna reduce the serrations a bit. Reduce like the intensity. Gotta turn off topological. There we go. Tuck this in a bit. This area is just like a little bit too noisy, and it's a little bit too much. I'm going a bit too detailed. I gotta stop doing that. It's a bad habit of mine. Also, this area is a little bit too Needs to be a bit smoother. It's like kind of like the skull part. Make some structural change here. Think this in a bit. This is like the brow, right? So let's sink this in. And then make like the forehead a bit more globular. Give it some more structure here. What else should we listen to? Anything interesting? Okay, well, listen to this. UN Security Council. Oh, wait, that's live. That's like 2 hours long. We'll listen to something else. No Rest for the Wicked. Honest review by Prod.
How's it going, everybody? It's Prod here, and welcome back to another video. Today, we are going to be talking about No Rest for the Wicked. Sort of giving you guys my kind of review. You know, it's not really a scored review or anything. It's kind of giving you all my opinion, and is the early access that is currently available worth it? Now, what I'm going to do is give you guys a bunch of pros and cons. I'm going to start off with the pros and give you guys my opinion on the game, but if you've never heard of the game, it is, at least in my opinion, Souls-like game. Top-down camera, some people might consider it something like Diablo, but the combat is very reminiscent to something you'd see in like Salt and Sanctuary. The combat for me felt fairly similar to that game, but it does something a little bit different. It sort of adds an element of that Diablo into it. Like we mentioned that game, when it comes to the combat, the drops for weapons, armors, and loot is very much in that style. Everything is sort of RNG based. Now that may play a role into this, and I guess it's really up to you guys what you determine, I think, if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll mention that a little bit later. Now let's go ahead and jump into some of the pros. One of the biggest ones being that this game is freaking beautiful. The art style that they have in this thing is just phenomenal. It seems to almost be hand-drawn, and I'm pretty sure by some of the interviews from the studio, which by the way is the same studio that brought Ori and the Blind Forest, which is also an incredibly beautiful action platformer. But this game just takes it to another level. It seems like there's so much attention to detail on everything. Like literally one of the main hubs, whenever you walk around talking to people, every single NPC has their own individual unique drawing. They all have their own unique voice lines. So they clearly put so much effort and work into it. Like this thing is literally like a piece of art, and I consider it like one of the most beautiful Souls-likes I've ever seen. So that's 100% one of the best things. It's just incredible to look at. So while it is lovely to look at, the combat is also pretty great. I thought that it was one of the better combats when it comes to like those top-down style games. It could be considered a Souls-like with some of the different elements that it has. You know, it had parrying, you got backstabs, you got riposte, you got many things that could make a great Souls-like. Rolling, it has rolling. It might as well be Dark Souls, and it felt nice and punchy. It felt rewarding to do. It didn't feel like it was really too easy or too difficult as well. I think it had its moments of difficulty, but overall, like, the game felt like if you learned the distance of things, you can quite easily punish things. If you had a faster weapon, you can quite easily stagger, get out of the way, have a very quick play style. I didn't really mess around with the bows, and that's mainly because, thinking about it now, I didn't get a single bow drop the entire time that I played the early access, which is insane. And again, we're going to go back to that RNG thing here in a little bit, but I absolutely loved the combat of this game. It felt real satisfying to play. And I did mention the hitboxes earlier, which were, from the looks of it and from my playtime of it, pretty great. Like, pretty accurate. I didn't really have a lot of Dark Souls 2 scenarios. Now, if you've seen some of the footage from some situations in Dark Souls 2, some situations in Bloodborne, those can be a little sketchy, but overall, I didn't really have too many of those type of experiences playing the game myself. The bit of story we have in the main game, and like I said, it is early access, so it is not the entire game just yet. So we have a part of the story, and I believe what we're going to be getting with the early access over the next year, maybe 2 years, is going to be the stories in parts. And that's really why I wanted to make this video, because it's more of is what you're buying into now worth it, rather than the game as a whole in like 2 years from now. I am talking about the current. But the story from what we have now seems pretty interesting. It definitely feels like the beginning of the story. It doesn't really dive too deep into it, but the characters are cool. Again, the art style of the cutscenes are just as beautiful as you'd imagine seeing some of the footage you're seeing on screen now.
A little bit too serrated.
Fantastic voice acting. Like, this game went all out when it comes to the voice acting. Again, we mentioned earlier that there's so many NPCs that all have individual unique voices and faces. The voice actors playing like the main characters that you actually talk to are very good. Your character is voiceless, so you actually don't have a voice yourself. I don't know if that's something they're going to add in the future. I'm assuming they're not, and they want to keep you kind of like a silent protagonist, which is fine. I think that kind of plays into the mystery of the character a little bit, because we don't know much of what your character is. They keep mentioning that your character is some sort of old ancient race that can respawn infinitely and not die, so that's pretty much why your character dies and then could come back. You know, it's actually part of the lore of what your character's race is. You're deeply involved with some of the stuff that happens.
Is that Destiny 2 music in the background?
But it for sure feels like the beginning of the story. So if you're thinking of playing it and you're gonna go straight from the beginning to the end,
playing Destiny 2 music in the
and
background,
know what the hell is going on, that is just not gonna happen with the early access as of yet. But what we have now is actually pretty dope. I enjoyed it. It reminds me of something like Game of Thrones. So I was 100% invested into it, and I'm excited to actually see where that goes, because I will say, even after everything I say, I will 100% go back and end up playing when the new updates come out for the rest of the story. Now, while we're of course still on the pros of the game and the early access, the bosses. I enjoyed the bosses. There wasn't anything that was really too complicated when it came to the bosses. We saw what felt, again, like a sort of teaser to what we might get in the future to be some crazy bosses. Now, one of my favorites was a specific boss that you fight. You follow his whole story. You end up chasing him down into the sewers. Once you're in the sewers, after having already beat the shit out of him in the past, he ends up basically being corrupted by some sort of plague that is kind of running rampant in this world. Basically turns him into a giant Gwample man with tentacles and shit. It's kind of wild. So I'm excited to see what more weird monstrosities, because there's some crazy shit in this game. The very first like big major boss you run into is this giant deformed boss who is basically like a wild maniac. Reminded me a lot of like Ludwig from Bloodborne. Essentially a giant fucked up horse creature, you can call it, who just throws himself at you, and it was freaking beautiful to watch. And I'm excited to see what will lie ahead for future update bosses. But the ones we have in the game now, the early access, there weren't too many of them. I do wish there was a few more, but what we have in there so far is pretty good and like a nice little taste of what we might get ahead. Now, I don't actually know when that ahead is. You know, I don't know when we're going to be getting the early access. If there is some type of roadmap, I'll put it up on the screen now, but it does indeed seem like the devs care about the game. There has been tons of updates for improved quality of the game, to make it run smoother, to fix glitches, and let me tell you, there are quite a few glitches. I actually had so many situations where, like, let's just say
that's why I
ran
haven't bought the
straight through
game
the
yet.
ground.
I heard there's a lot of glitches.
Did I just fall through the ground?
But yeah, I heard it's a good game. I think Maddock played it, right? He said it's pretty good.
I don't really mind those. It doesn't take me out of it, and I see it and I get pissed. Oh, I need to return this game now, you know? Like, I see it and it makes me laugh, and I find it funny, and then people who watch the videos and watch the streams and stuff find it funny as well. So little minor bugs like that don't bother me, you know? They don't really take me out of the experience. It might be different for some of you, but they do seem to actually care, and they are patching out some of those glitches. They are improving the game quite a bit, because let me tell you, so while I was playing the game, now I wasn't at home. I'm currently in the UK with Valentine.
What game? No Rest for the Wicked.
Mod, who you guys see on the channel and have heard on the channel occasionally, but
Yeah, I heard this is like a really good game. Maddock also played the game. He said it's pretty good, but there are glitches. So yeah, I'm just holding off until they fix the glitches, and I might play it. I don't know.
While streaming and recording and playing the game at the same time, the game didn't run at a perfect 60 FPS. Now, it wasn't really too big of a bother for me. It didn't seem to really change much, but I can 100% say that if I wasn't streaming or recording, the game would have ran just fine on like normal to higher settings at a pretty consistent 60 FPS. Now, that may be different for some people because, like I said, you know, while I was playing here at 40 FPS, high 30s, people were coming in and straight up saying they weren't able to get 10 FPS on this game with a 4090, which I don't really know, like, how can it go that badly on PC, on some people's PCs, and then, like, you know, people who don't have as powerful PCs are, like, running the game just fine. There may be some type of weird situation going on with their PCs. You know, I guess that's the difficult part about playing video games on PC and stuff. You know, everybody has different components that are just gonna either be worse or better for some games. But the game overall ran just fine. And as time progressed and as patches came out, because I played it for a couple hours, played it for a few days, then had a string of like 3 games come out, so I couldn't play it for like a week and a half. Then when I came back after a week and a half, and about 4 different updates had come out for this game, significantly improving the actual way the game runs and the quality of the game. So when I came back to it, it was a much smoother experience. So if you're watching this now, odds are that experience is going to be much smoother than the one I had when I played it day 1 or day 2. So it clearly seems like they care and they're constantly updating the game.
It's from the Ori devs? I think so, yeah.
Which is what you get for being early access, you know? What we are sort of like the play testers, you know? We pay money to be the play testers of what they currently have. I know that is not for everybody, or that'll piss some people off after playing it and buying this game and being like, it doesn't run great on my thing, you know? Like, maybe in the future it'll improve, but overall, you know, that's the early access thing. That's what you pay for. You pay for the privilege of playing the game early, albeit broken or not broken. Hopefully, you know, you'd hope that it's not broken, but the game improved, so clearly they seem to be constantly updating and caring about the game, which is just fantastic to see, and it's a must for early access games, because if they don't, then it's just, you know, early access to take your money and that's all they give a shit about. But clearly it seems like this studio actually cares. Now, there are tons of other small things that I can mention here that I can add as pros, but I'll just leave it with this, man. Like, the game doesn't seem too long. So the main game, I would say, if you're focusing on just kind of like the main story and a couple of side quests here and there like I was, it shouldn't be more than, like, I want to say 12 hours if you're kind of taking your time with it, right? But there's tons of stuff to do afterwards. So you do have sort of a crafting, world building side to this game as well. Now, the town, the main hub that you're in, you can kind of work your way to updating it and improving it. The way you do that is by farming different items. And like I said, the cool thing about this game is that almost every single, I want to say like 30 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. I'm not entirely sure on the timing exactly, but the world that you were just in or just farmed, and you farmed a bunch of trees and a bunch of rocks to get materials and open loot and kill the enemies, those usually will respawn because it is procedurally generated. They'll respawn with different items. They'll respawn with different types of loot. Sometimes even different enemies entirely will take over that area that you were just at, because whenever you kill things, they don't instantly respawn. You'll be able to go back and explore the world even after resting, and they won't be there until, let's just say, 30 minutes or something like that. So being able to go back and farm these items, you know, the different types of wood, different types of rock and clay, there's an NPC who allows you to give him those items.
If only it didn't cost 800 Ukrainian dollars. Damn, it doesn't have like localized pricing.
And then
or...
it'll be done to upgrade the, you know, let's just say the blacksmith's shop or something. Now, when I say 3 hours, by the way, and I would say
guess
almost
yo ho
this
ho,
is a
right?
con, and I do have it down as a con, that is a legitimate, actual, real life, real world 3 hours. That is not in-game video game. Every second is 10 minutes type of hours. No, this is 3 whole real life hours. So it's almost like if you want to do everything, sure, it can have almost this giant inflated time if you add every single thing to it, when it comes to like grinding out those materials and really taking your time to get every single tree and then waiting some time and then going back and getting more trees. Like, you'll have to be doing that a ton of times, which that is pretty much what you're going to be doing towards the end game. Even though I think most people would suggest to do that as you're going through the story, which I did here and there. I didn't do it tons, but I would highly suggest it because it kind of leads right into one of my cons. But I will say that there is a ton to do at the end of the game for the early access. So even though the main like story and bosses and enemies can be kind of completed within a 10-hour time frame or something like that, you can probably put like 40-50 hours just kind of grinding loot, trying to get every item, trying to get tons of rare items, trying to build up the whole city and every single shop to its max level, buying apartments, decorating your own apartment, which again, some people are gonna love. I didn't really get into that side of it too much. So we'll go with the first con, which is the fact that I really didn't do that.
1.
And it kind of screwed me towards the end. So I played the main game. I had played the main story, the main missions, with a couple of side missions here and there. There may have been a few side missions that I didn't do, especially there's a specific captain who gives you a bunch of different little side quests to sort of go kill an enemy, go to this area, there'll be this gold enemy, kill them, come back, I'll give you gold, and you get some XP for killing them, obviously. I didn't do a ton of those. I didn't do a lot of the going to grind materials and getting materials and bringing them back to the guy who builds up the city to update the blacksmith and different shops around the world. Now, doing that made it so that I finished the game somewhere around the level 16, I think.
Can't get another
15 or 16, somewhere around there. Now, once we reach the true endgame content, which are these dungeons that you can end up doing that are very difficult, or at least seem to be very difficult. So I went into them. I just got wrecked.
Eyes up, Guardian.
The whole game had kind of been normal, at least like almost like fairly easy in my opinion, compared to these goddamn dungeons.
We've got
that all of a
Vex on the
sudden
fields.
Regular enemies went from like, let's just say taking 4 hits, 3 hits from like an ultra greatsword or a big greatsword to just straight up taking like 15 goddamn hits. And I'm like sitting there, I'm like, what happened? Where did this like jump in difficulty come from? And people are like, oh yeah, this is like, you gotta be like level 21 to do this, and you have to have almost like fully upgraded weapons.
Bernal's such a Chad.
I need a bear claw. I haven't found a single. Are there even bears in?
Bernal's actually better than a lot of players. dodge. I'm proud of myself for that dodge. Oh god. Wait, wrong target? Excuse me. Target lock. This is why I wish like Elden Ring had like a reticule. I can actually use my like Destiny 2 aiming skills in this game. Okay, I'm dead. I might have been dead. That was a close one. I gotta be careful. Daddy's on me. That boy wants my ass. Daddy wants my pussy. Destiny update Zev. No, I'm not playing Destiny again, man. I don't want to kill 20 players in PvP with a grenade launcher. Okay? It's not gonna happen anymore. Fuck that shit. I don't like grenade launchers. I don't want to get mountain topped again. Too many traumatic memories. Also, Maddock doesn't play Destiny 2 anymore, so why should I? Right? I only play games that Maddock plays. Bernal's doing God's work. Be based. Be a Bernal. Well done. Well done, Destiny. Good job, Destiny. Oh fuck, he's still alive. Gotta double tap. Double tap him. It's actually like Elden Ring is actually a zombie survival game. Most people don't know this, but it's true. You gotta double tap sometimes.
This game, what am I supposed to, how do I get a bear claw? People are like, yeah, you had to have been updating the shop, the blacksmith the whole time, and I'm just like, I haven't been doing any of that. Like, I thought I should be fine just kind of going through the game, which again is more my fault, but I almost want to put it here as sort of like a kind of a con, because there might be some of you who might want to do that. I might do that. I completely just whiffed on that one, and I was kind of screwed. And I do want to go back and kind of finish that part of the game because it seems really fun. If I want to go through these dungeons and try out the last couple very difficult bosses, and I will do that for sure. But it almost seems like right now that I'm done with the game, I have to kind of turn the game on, go in and farm some materials for like an hour, and it's almost like an off-stream thing because I feel it just feels like boring to do on stream. Like, I don't know how many people want to watch me farm materials and stuff, but almost like do that off stream, go to the guy, upgrade a bunch of things, and then he's going to be like, all right, come back in 3 hours. And then 3 hours from then is when I actually stream and I have this upgrades and I could finally upgrade my weapons more and take on these dungeons. But for sure, that's why I say almost do them at the same time if you can. Almost like in the beginning of your run, the very first thing you should be doing when you start playing is getting a bunch of materials, then going to this guy, and then heading out to the next area. That is what I would suggest, but I would put it down as a con for myself personally, because if you just want to focus on the main story and the main bosses and the NPCs and the kind of the important side quests, you're probably going to end like level 15, 16 like I did, and by the time you enter these dungeons, you're just going to get fucked. And that's me saying that. Like, I found most of the game pretty easy, but these dungeons, like, straight up, it tripled the difficulty for the entirety of the game, for sure. And now I'm just getting a bunch of level 20 gear, by the way, and I'm like level 16. I'm like, I won't be able to use this shit for 5 more goddamn levels. So it screws you a little bit, but it's, I guess, just about grinding more and putting time into it if you got
that
it.
Sigma
But there's
grind
so many
set.
other things to play right now that it's kind of hard to find that time.
Risen it
for me
up.
personally. So really, it's up to you, and it was up to me. So it's kind of hard to put it as a full con, but you know, there you go. But while we're on the subject of gear, let's go on to another con that I almost hesitated again. Like we've been mentioning a little bit the RNG of this game. I don't know if RNG can really be considered a con, but I'm gonna put it as a con because I didn't get shit for this entire run that I did. Let me tell you guys. So I played through the full game, did multiple bosses. There was so many situations where I fought bosses and got like a claymore and a hat, and I'm like, okay, cool. And then I'm like, was I supposed to get more? And people are like, this is the guy who I got my first legendary item from. And I'm like, fuck you, dude, I didn't get shit. And I was like, okay, maybe the next one. And then it happened again. And then the final boss, I was like, all right, cool, maybe he'll give me something. Nope, he didn't. I got a white claymore. The most
Hey, Claymore's a good weapon.
rare thing you can
The fuck?
possibly get in human history. I got it from the
Claymore
final
is
boss. of
Claymore is the Baymore.
Freaking early access. I didn't get a single legendary item while people were mocking me for getting multiple legendary items, laughing at my face as they threw me on the ground. You know, like, I feel the bosses should not have anything less than a rare. At least, you know, like, fuck a blue as well. If I got a blue, I'd be pissed as well. But that should be the baseline for what you get for some of the final bosses. At least I would say main bosses, which there aren't many of. Maybe there's like, I want to say 3, maybe 4. You shouldn't get anything less than a rare for any of these big bosses. And yet here I was getting like a hat that a fucking rat drops. I was not annoyed because I thought it was kind of funny. At the end of the day, I was getting like legendary weapons from regular enemies, so my RNG wasn't terrible. I had a couple of like really good early weapons and then nothing. No legendary weapons, not a ton of great like rare weapons or purple weapons. I don't know what the fuck they're called, but I was getting a few of those, but never any ones that I was like, ooh, now I'll change to this, you know, like nothing ever really big or exciting, unfortunately. But again, that's kind of like luck based. Some of you guys might have completely different luck than me. I've always realized that when it comes to these RNG style games, I just don't got that. I ain't got that dog in me, that dog of luck, you know, that golden dog. I don't got it in me because I always managed to get some of the worst goddamn items, and this was just a similar case. And I hesitate to put it in as a con, but you know what? It's going right in as a goddamn con because I ain't get shit. Not a single legendary item. I'm still pissed. I'm gonna finish off the dungeons. I ain't gonna get shit. Watch. But really, that's kind of it. I don't have any major cons with this game. A lot of the cons were kind of minute, you know, like little glitches that, again, I said were being patched, or it seems like they're working on them. So it's kind of unfair to put stuff like glitches into the con list because there weren't so many. There weren't any game-breaking ones for me personally. The game not running super great was improved by the devs' consistent patching, so I would easily put that as a pro in my opinion. But really, like, the game is freaking great. I'm so excited to see what this game becomes in another year from now, because that is what I would say that it needs. Because while it has a ton of content and I think it's worth playing now, most people might not find that they want to pay $40 for something that's not nearly complete. It has a ton to go with the story. I think they could improve upon it a lot when it comes to the stuff like the RNG and the drop rates. I think will be improved. And there's so much to go from the looks of it when it comes to the story that overall I'm excited for the future of the game. I think it's worth a early access purchase if you were to ask me. I don't really want to give it a number rating because, again, it's incomplete. I'll just say, in my opinion, it is indeed worth a early access play. There's a tons of content, especially if you like I mentioned, some of the base building type of scenarios and the base building and upgrading using materials and going and doing grinding. If you want to take my word for it, there you go. I appreciate people watching. I thought the game was great. I think it does need some time to be complete. I don't know if it's going to be like a full $70 game whenever it's fully out of early access, but I still think we got like another year, maybe 2 before that happens. So if you want to jump in early, I still think you got a tons of time, and I'm sure you'll probably get a bunch of fun out of this game. But overall, let me know what you guys think if you guys do end up purchasing the game. And same goes for these type of videos. You know, I don't do a lot of like review style videos. I feel like I'm not really too great at those. I don't write scripts, by the way, as you can probably fucking tell. I just kind of write bullet points and then talk. So if it doesn't seem as professional as
that's a pretty good review, actually.
Written out review, then you know that's kind of what you get.
Kind of already
But
what I
appreciate
knew about the
everybody
game,
watching.
though, I think.
If you're still watching, a like is very much appreciated to show the support for these type of videos. So thank you so much if you do, and I will see you all in the next one. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Bye bye.
I feel like this area should be like smoothed out, and then like the cheek should be kind of part of like the skull area. Let's smooth out like the middle row or something and turn this into like one big plate. I want this to look more like a skull. But at the same time, like this area, it has to be like kind of like leathery, so like the cheekbones, the cheeks can kind of like move up and down for like smiling and like snarling, etc. Yeah, that's better. That looks a lot nicer, I think. Oops. Anything else to listen to? I don't know. Let's see. We'll listen to some Steven Zapata. This is, you should be excited to draw.
Hey, welcome to another day of drawing. I just wanted to remind you that it is absolutely weird and amazing that you get to draw, that we get to draw, and that you should be very, very, very excited to draw today.
I am.
I mean, really.
Getting some work
You have every
done
reason
today.
to be. Jesus. God, it's nuts when you think about it. I mean, did you forget? I forget all the time. Think about it. You really, you have a blank piece of paper before you, and whatever you draw, whether good or bad, understandable or not understandable, you get to just make a world, whatever, you know, in a very real sense. You are absolutely just mainlining the secret of the universe. You are the font of creativity, as long as you don't judge, as long as you turn off that part of your mind, as long as you shut off the part of you that says, oh, well, you know, I'm the font of creativity. If it comes out great, it's like, no, forget that. Whatever you made, however you made it, that's it. That's really it. It's right there. It's right there. The proof is in the pudding. You did it. It is very, very exciting at any time if you just let it be. Wow. That is great. Oh, good for you. Good for you that you get to sit down today and just make anything real. You can make anything real. And it's up to you, the level of fidelity that you want that reality to reach, but everything's on the table. You can make any kind of topsy-turvy, wacky, lovely, scary, beautiful, nervous, neurotic, strange, sublime, ephemeral, any kind of a thing that you want. It's right there, hidden on the other side of that piece of paper or your screen or your canvas, whatever you're making on. And the wildest thing is that while you do it, you get to become that. You get to become that thing. You've probably drawn a head or two in your time as someone who's interested in art. You ever find that while you're drawing a face or a head that you're looking at, or you're drawing someone making an expression, you find yourself automatically making that same face, and you kind of like catch yourself doing it?
This is how I look all the time, though.
Inevitably,
this is just my resting bitch face.
With everything, when you catch yourself, you get self-conscious.
It's just a grimacing face with my my lips parted. That's the face I make all the time.
And then you make yourself stop. But before the stopping, before the catching, the fact that you just, without knowing it, just your subconscious starts making that same face, becoming one with that thing you're trying to create. That's a little uncanny, isn't it? Why do we ignore that? That's it. There's good info there. You are actually becoming the thing that you are making. And, you know, it seems it's easy, you know, faces and expressions are so relatable that it seems quite easy for our subconscious to grapple with it and then just start running the, you know, muscle movements to copy that exactly. But as someone who, you know, likes to spend 3 hours a day essentially summoning a demon, I can tell you that your mind is actually quite capable of becoming more specialized and niche things. You can really, you can sort of just lose yourself and become the arcane and the strange and the esoteric. You can become scary, subtle, slippery. You can become...
I can become slippery.
You can become self-righteous. And depending on what kind of person you are when you are not the font of creativity, well, those things can be rather healing. You know, everybody needs different things in their life. Isn't that exciting? I mean, you know, we're artists. You know, every artist is different, but we also do tend to share a certain set of personality traits. You know, we tend to be a little neurotic, a little insecure. Maybe I don't know if you've ever met a neurotic or insecure artist, but they're out there. And
I'm a slippery vampire demon girl.
You know, your friends or your family or your therapist would ever advise you to balance out your sort of low self-esteem, warmish self-conception with, you know, occasionally spending an hour feeling like you are a,
that's a little bit too loud.
Tremendous, writhing,
I don't want to wake Shirley up.
Just demonic display of virility and power. But
virility.
If you ask me, I can kind of see how that might help you out a little bit. There's got to be some kind of medicine there. And the great thing about drawing is that you get to decide what you need. You get to decide what your particular medicine is, and you get to
become the Coomer.
Really just become it. Really just become it, and you can become such strange things. And at that point, you know, it really starts to
infinite.
It slides into some of the old things that we've heard. Oh, you know, those silly stories from those long gone civilizations that, oh, they're just stories, no interesting, fun history to read, but you know, just those primitives, you know, bless them, they were so lacking in cell phones and technology that they needed to come up with this stuff just to stay entertained. It's weird when you pay attention. Some of the feelings that you can feel and the connection that you can feel with the whatever that you want to spend your drawing time invoking, those feelings really do start to feel very familiar to things you've heard from the old texts.
Freaky Seth.
Well, something to think about there.
Well, I mean,
we
like,
don't have to get into those
I'm becoming
right now.
I'm becoming the
settle on
Coomer.
remembering that
I'm
you really
becoming
should
the demon you see before you.
about what you get to do here. You really should be freaking pumped to sit down and hold your pencil and draw whatever and see what comes out.
Dude,
see what
every
comes
day
out. It really is
I'm very pumped
really is an
to hold
incredible
my
thing.
pencil. I love holding
And
my
it's
pencil.
all up to you. You get to decide. Well, you get to decide if you allow yourself
Holding
to
my
decide
pencil
what
is
you're
like
going
the
to
best
make,
thing ever.
or maybe more accurately, what you are going to be open to sort of channeling or allowing to flow through you. You are definitely not going to be deciding if you have allowed.
Sometimes
your
I ask
practice to be
Charlene
completely
if she'd like to
driven
hold my
by
pencil, but
the expectations
she
of
usually
others
says no.
and imagined industries and things.
But she doesn't
that
understand
you
the joy
think
of
art
holding my
directors
pencil.
or job providers are looking for. You know, there's a time and a place to think about those things and to make concessions to those things. And there's times in your career where that time and place is bigger than the time and place allowed or allotted to the more free-form art practice. But while you can, when you can, remember that when those are the guiding principles, when those are the North Star that you wake up and look at every day for your art practice, you are not really choosing. You are always sort of just compulsively reacting to your imagined conceptions of those things. And they are imagined. You don't know for sure what someone else wants, what anyone is expecting of you, what the industry needs, where it's going to move, what it's going to do, how it's going to dip, how it's going to go up. You just have no idea about that. No one does. Those things are by nature uncertain. So it's up to you what uncertainty you want to play in. You either want to play in the devilish, deceptive uncertainty of the things that claim to be certain, like jobs and industries and expectations and social media and what your friends and your family think about your work. You're going to play in that uncertainty, or maybe you're going to spend a little time playing in the unstructured uncertainty of gazing close in at that empty space from which your ideas come and really become one with and sort of, for a time, transform into those things and those ideas.
You guys don't know
And
this,
react
but
to that and say, "Whoa,
when
that was
nobody's
an
watching,
interesting thing to
I
become
actually
for 4
transform
hours
into
or
a
5 hours.
freaky
Let's go that way again tomorrow.
vampire
and
girl.
Maybe just push it a little more sharp or a little more soft or a little less scary or more scary or whatever you want to do. That's why you're addicted to art anyway. And of course you're addicted. I mean, god damn, it's so hard. And it's been so hard and it's so confusing and geez, you don't know how things are going to go. Of course you're addicted. Why would you keep coming back to something that is so unsure and so hard to do? Of course, it's got its claws in you. And it's got them in there deep.
I sprout wings and then my
So
dick
look
goes
for the
inside
fun
my
in
body.
there if you're just gonna keep getting dragged back.
I
no
grow
matter
horns
what.
too.
Decide for yourself what you will
fucking hate
allow
this
yourself
boss.
to decide and look for
Borealis
the U
is a massive cunt.
Look for the U that's in there. Do you find anything?
Uh-oh.
Do you find the solid
Hold still.
U
Hold
in
still,
there?
Borealis.
Or is it more like the process?
Borealis said
and the
no to
function
that.
of
He
art?
doesn't want to hold still.
The
He
route
doesn't
that it
want
goes down is always
the laser
rapid
beam.
transformation. Being one way and then another. Moving, ever shifting.
Dodge!
Whirl and stream. That's what I find. I'm very interested in what you find. Go look for it.
Oh. 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 Oh my god! Okay. I'm safe. Don't you hit my host? How dare you? Stinky, fresh mint breath dragon. Uh-oh. Ah! Oh my god. Ah! Ah! Okay, I'm safe. I think the host got him. No? Maybe? Nope, not yet. Oh, there he goes. Yeah. Teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby.
Hey.
Well done, Maleficent. Ancient Egyptian spiral bread. I
In
want
ancient Egypt, bread was everything. Not only was it the cornerstone
need
of
bread
their
in
diet,
Project
but it was
Nova.
also a
I
form
need
of
to add some of
currency,
that.
and often the way that you would get into the good
form
graces of
of
the gods.
currency.
That's why they had so many types of bread, like this spiral boiled bread as seen on the tomb of Pharaoh Ramses III. As we bake the bread of ancient Egypt, this time on Tasting History. Now, depending on the era, the ancient Egyptians had up to 40 different types of bread, or ta. I've actually made one of those
That's a
for
lot
you.
of
It was a
bread.
simple Egyptian flatbread a few years back, but I've always wanted to make this one, not just because it's spiral and looks cool, but also because
Have you
it
ever
was
seen
boiled
so much
before
bread
it
in
was
your
baked.
life, Saint?
Maybe.
That's a lot of
Because
bread.
We don't know that for sure. Unfortunately, the ancient Egyptians didn't leave us any recipes. Instead, they left us pictures. But because they're just images, often shown out of order, it leaves a lot open to interpretation. So the recipe that I'm going to be using today comes from the Valley of the Kings on the walls of the tomb of Pharaoh Ramses III, who reigned in the 20th dynasty from 1186 to 1155 BC. It starts off with an image of two men kneading dough with their feet. Above them we see
Ooh,
baskets,
feet.
presumably where the dough was left to ferment, just as it's still done in parts of Egypt today, and then some men bringing the dough to another who flattens it out and shapes it into some of the many forms that ancient Egyptian breads have been found to have. Everything from discs to the shape of a cow. There were also molds in which bread was baked, some like very long cones and others like triangles that I've always thought kind of looked like a Speedo. Then of course there is the spiral bread that we're making today. Other men are shown heating an unknown liquid, and beneath them are baskets of what might be dates or grapes or grain. For the cooking process, we see a man using sticks as if he's ready to place the spiral bread into another heated vat of liquid. Now, many Egyptologists interpret this as boiling, but maybe it's actually a liquid of oil and he's getting ready to fry it. It's really not known. In fact, there was one Egyptologist from the 19th century who thought he was boiling macaroni. But everything else on the wall seems to have something to do with bread, so it's probably
There needs to be like
bread
some
as
plates
well.
here
And
too.
since
Like
it's
this
boiled,
area should be a
makes
plate.
me wonder if the texture is not going to be a little bit like a bagel. After boiling, it shows a baker putting bread into a deep oven similar to a modern tandoor, and then there is more shaping, more baking, and carrying the finished bread. So would we call that a recipe? No, I don't think that we would. But while Babel does offer many, many languages, ancient Egyptian pictures is not one of them, it turns out. So I'm going to be relying on a lot of work from Egyptologists and archaeologists who really study this and have studied specifically the bread and grain found in different tombs from ancient Egypt. And so we are going to start with the grain, the most important part of any bread. So I'm going to be using 4 cups or 500 grams of barley and emmer. Barley and emmer were the 2 most common grains in Egypt, though they also used kamut and einkorn, but those are the 2 most common, so I'm going to blend them together because they often did blend them. And you can go ahead and grind them yourself. There's actually an inscription from the Old Kingdom tomb of Ti in Saqqara that says, "Grind, grind well, I grind with all my strength. The servant sifts the flour, and I bake the loaf myself." And really, you should try to grind flour at least once in your life. It's a lot of work, but then you'll appreciate pre-ground flour all the more. I ground my own when I made the Egyptian bread last time. This time, I found some stone ground flour, so it's coarse and it's gonna work just great. Then you'll need 2 teaspoons of salt, a half cup or 125 grams of sourdough starter. You can also use a pack of just dried yeast and some water. That will work just fine. Or if you really want to double down on the authenticity, you can do like the inventor of the Xbox, Seamus Blackley, did, and go scour ancient Egyptian pots for actual
Inventor of the
yeast.
Xbox? What?
Took yeast out of these old pots and used it to make bread today. I'll put some links to more details on that.
What did he say?
I'm not doing that because I can't, but it's really cool to read about. Now from here on out, the rest of the ingredients take a lot of guesswork because we don't know too much, especially when it comes to this specific loaf. The Egyptians sometimes used water to hydrate their bread, but they would also enrich it with some sort of fat or milk. So I'm actually going to be using 1 1/4 cup or 300 milliliters of warm goat's milk. And the Egyptians often flavored their breads, sometimes with things like coriander or fenugreek or cumin, or made them sweet with things like chopped up dates or figs or honey. I'm going to be using 3 tablespoons of date syrup. So first, whisk the salt into the flour and then add the sourdough starter and the milk and the date syrup and mix. Mix until it comes together to form a shaggy dough, set it in a bowl and cover with a damp towel for 30 minutes. Let it rest for 30 minutes, then take it out of the bowl and knead it for about 10 minutes. And when you're working with these kinds of grains rather than just modern wheat, they need a lot of work to build up any gluten. I'm actually going to knead this 3 times. I'm going to knead it, and then I'm going to set it aside for a half an hour and let it rest. Then I'm going to knead it a second time for 10 minutes, let it rest again for a half hour, and then a third time for another 5 or 10 minutes. And by then, it should be a nice, smooth dough. At that
Playing
point,
Destiny 2 is like kneading dough.
Rise. And if you're using like instant yeast or active dry yeast, probably an hour or an hour and a half will work.
You need this gun to do that content, and then you need
4
to
hours to double in size,
get
but that's what you're looking for the dough to double
20
in size.
kills.
Then turn it out onto a clean
with
surface, divide the
grenade
dough into 4
launcher,
pieces, and roll
and then
them
you
out
need
into long ropes about
10
as wide as your
emblems to
index
hand
finger.
in
Then
to
start to coil them around in a tight spiral, keeping it as
shacks.
flat as possible, and then tuck the end in
And then you
under the
need
dough and pinch it to the dough so it doesn't come apart.
25
and then
Vex,
set them on a baking sheet and cover them with a damp
Vex
cloth
motors.
and let them rise again for another couple of hours. When they look nice and puffy, they are ready, and you can bring 2 quarts of water to a boil and then add a 1/4 cup of honey. Now, in the image of the Egyptians making this bread, it shows them using some sort of sticks to put these in the liquid. But I think that that's going to take a skill that I just don't have. I honestly can't even figure out how they're doing it. So I'm going to use like a strainer that you'd use for frying, and it's going to work very well. So put the bread into the water and let it boil for 2 minutes. If you have the skill to flip them, go ahead and flip them. I tried to do that and it kind of messed up the coil, so I ended up just leaving it with the coil on top and just kind of splashing hot water over it for the entire 2 minutes, and it seemed to work just fine. Once they're boiled, lift them out of the water and set them on a wire rack to dry and cool. Once they're cool, you can lift the loaves back onto the baking sheet and put them in the oven at 425 degrees Fahrenheit or 218 Celsius and bake them for about 15 minutes, which should be plenty of time for us to head back to ancient Egypt and learn more about their delicious bread. The importance of bread in ancient Egypt cannot be overstated. In many ways, it is why ancient Egypt even existed as a civilization.
Fresh
Fertile
bread.
fields along the Nile where grain was harvested allowed for the large population that was able to build a civilization that lasted for 3,000 years. A proverb from the New Kingdom said, "Do not let the granary be lacking in barley or
I could
emmer,
go for some
it
bread
is
right
upon
about
the
now."
granary that a house stands firm." That house in this case could refer to all of Egypt, because bread was absolutely everything. Bread and beer, which is just a drinkable form of bread, especially back then because it was actually made with bread. But not only did everybody eat it, but people were paid in it. The people that built the pyramids were largely paid in bread and beer. The average worker was paid in bread and beer. Soldiers were paid
Sounds like
in
they
bread
needed to
and beer,
unionize.
and quite handsomely, I might add. The Middle Kingdom pharaoh Mentuhotep III boasted of how well he fed his army. "I advanced with an army of 3,000. The battle arena extended to the river and desert. I gave every man a skein of hide and a long stick to carry things, as well as 2 buckets of water and 20 loaves of bread for each day's ration." I guess they got water instead of beer, but they got a lot more bread, so it makes up for it. Especially if they're carrying around all of that bread. There was a lot of bread. Sometimes you'd receive a bit of food in addition to bread, like some laborers during the Old Kingdom who, in addition to 4 pounds of bread, also received 2 bundles of unnamed vegetables and an unspecified quantity of roast meat. And I'm guessing whatever food you got and how much of it kind of depended on who your boss was. Was it just some guy in middle management, or was it the pharaoh himself? Because Ramses II, in addition to bread, hired 20 fishermen to supply fish to 40 workers and administrators who were building a tomb in the Valley of the Kings. Though my question is, if they are getting paid with fish from fishermen that he hired, what were the fishermen getting paid? Yeah, answer me
They were
that.
getting paid by the
Keep me up at
fish.
night. Now, while Ramses II seemed to pay his workers very well, Ramses III, not so much. He had some troubles
sand
making
dollars.
sure that payment came in on time. He's the one that actually is the tomb where our bread recipe comes from today. While they were building either his tomb or another tomb during his reign, the workers were supposed to be paid every month on the 28th day. Their bread and beer should show up. 6 months in a row, no bread and beer on the 28th day of the month, so they stopped working. They dropped their tools and said,
Man, I gotta
"We're
stop
not doing
listening to this, Jim.
anymore."
I'm getting hungry.
It is because of hunger.
It's
and because of
6:50 in the
thirst
morning
that we
here.
come here. There is no clothing, no ointment, no fish.
I shouldn't
no
be thinking about
vegetables.
food right now. I should
Send
be thinking
to
about
Pharaoh,
sleep.
our good lord, about it, and send to the vizier, our superior, that sustenance may be
The
made.
bread
for us.
and beer?
Making sure
That just
people
sounds so
had
good
their
right now.
bread, really food in general.
Imagine
was
like a nice
incredibly
olive
important,
bread.
especially to the
A
stability
nice
of the kingdom.
olive bread
It
loaf.
was the way that the pharaoh
Some,
kept being pharaoh. When
some
Akhenaten,
vinaigrette.
the pharaoh that toyed around with monotheism,
A glass of
experienced
beer,
any
cold
strife
beer.
amongst his officials, which was rather
Maybe
often,
like a nice
he would
bitter
throw them
IPA.
A banquet,
I don't
making
know.
sure that they had more food
Maybe
than
a
they
stout.
could
A
eat,
stout would be
and it
nice.
seems
I
that
love
this
stout.
ensured their loyalty. And just for future reference, that is also how you
that
ensure
would hit
my
the spot
loyalty,
right about
more
now.
food than I can eat. Unfortunately, there were times in Egypt's history where even if the pharaoh wanted to give people their bread, their food, it just wasn't in the cards. There wasn't enough to go around, and when that happened, it was not good. It actually is one of the main things that led to the fall of the Old Kingdom. As I said, predictable flooding of the Nile kept the food coming in, and around 2150 BC, that predictability went away, and there were several years where there just was not enough flooding, and so there was not enough food, and already the government was teetering because of other issues. Let's just put it over the edge. Lo, the desert claims the land. Towns are ravaged. Upper Egypt became a wasteland. Lo, everyone's hair has fallen out. Lo, great and small
Damn,
say,
everyone's
"I
hair
wish
fell
you were
out
dead."
because they're
Lo,
starving.
Children of nobles are dashed against walls. Infants are put on high ground. Food is lacking. Wearers of fine linen are beaten with sticks. Ladies suffer like maidservants. Lo, those who are entombed are
Jeez.
cast on high grounds. Men stir up strife unopposed. Groaning is throughout the land, mingled with laments. See now, the land is deprived of kingship. What the pyramid hid
Some hard
is empty.
times.
The people are diminished.
We're so
According
fortunate
to one
today.
ruler in Upper Egypt, which is actually in the south, he said that it wasn't until he started to bring their grain to Lower Egypt, or the northern part of Egypt, that things started to become a little more stable. So the moral of the story is make sure people are fed. And that doesn't just go for the entirety of Egypt as a whole, but also on a smaller scale. For domestic tranquility, you need to make sure everybody's got enough bread. The maxims of the Vizier Tahotep during the 5th dynasty instructs, if you are wealthy and set up a household, be gracious to your wife according to what is fair. Feed and clothe her well. Make her happy all the days of your life. Because if you
Happy
don't feed your
waifu.
wife,
Happy
someone
life.
else will have to do it for you. There is a collection of papyri from Der el Medina. This was the village that housed all of the workers who built the tombs in the Valley of the Kings. And they tell us so much about daily life of kind of your average person at this period in time. There's one note from a worker
Oh, shit.
whose
I got
co-worker,
summoned.
Ruti, has kicked his wife out of the house and stopped feeding her. His
Oh,
wife
that's
spent
terrible.
40 days
Who
dwelling
kicked
with
their
me
wife
in
out of
my
their
house,
home?
and I provided for her, giving her
That's so
one sack of
bad.
emmer and 10 loaves. And I assumed that it was her duty to grind that sack of emmer into flour, because it was very often the woman's job to do that. It took a lot of work to do.
This is gonna be
but
an interesting
if we had a
invasion.
sister,
Or not
we
invasion,
could
but like
often pawn that work off onto her. From Takenti Shipsa to
the
her
wandering
sister,
guy. It's the
Eve,
wandering
I shall
guy
send you
again. I've
barley,
partied with this
and
dude
you
before.
shall have it ground for me, and add emmer to it.
They're
and you shall
shooting
make
him
me
from
bread
above.
with it, for I have been quarreling with Merimat, my husband. I will divorce you, he keeps saying when he quarrels with me, on account of my mother, questioning the amount of barley required for bread. Now, your mother
Lyrex
does
is getting
nothing for you, he
pounded.
keeps telling me.
Oh
and
my
says,
god.
although you have brothers and sisters, they don't take care of you, he keeps telling me, in arguing with me daily. I love that these exist. So much of ancient Egyptian history is, you know, found on like the
What
walls
kind of
of
shenanigans
tombs of
have
great
I walked
pharaohs and
into here?
viziers, and it's the events
Yeah, watch out for
of,
that guy
of
there.
big wars and politics and everything, and that's all really, really cool. But I am living for the hot goss in this little workers' village in the Valley of the Kings. Love it. So there is some quality stuff in some of the more formal writings of
This
the
could be
time,
bad for
like
me.
the instructions of Ani, which
Let's go drink
were
this thing
basically
just in
written from a
case I
father
get
to a
smacked
son,
with
telling
something.
him how to live life. And one of them starts off very sagely: give back in abundance the bread your mother gave you. Support her as she supported you. But then goes on to basically become an ancient Egyptian guilt trip. Your mother had many burdens in you. You were born late, but she harnessed herself still, her breast in your mouth for 3 years while you flourished. Your excrement disgusted.
Oh
but
shit,
she
he's
was
so
not
fast, the
deceptive,
phantom
saying,
range.
What shall I do? She sent you to school when you were taught to write. And she
Like, I get
waited
hit,
for
but
you
the sword
daily
hadn't
with bread
even
and
reached me yet.
beer in her house. You take care of your mother in her old age. I love these.
Great
these
swords,
little
man.
parables.
Great swords have some funky things going for
Anyway,
them.
there are a lot of these wise sayings that have to do with bread, and some are even geared toward the pharaoh himself. Like King Merikare was instructed that when people come to you to pay homage, you can't expect them to be as wealthy as you are. If one has no grain to give, be gracious, since they are humble before you, and be content with your own loaves of bread and beer. Granite comes to you unhindered, so do not destroy the monuments of another. Do not eat bread without giving some to those near you who do not have anything to eat, since the bread is eternal while man does not last. Be content if you are satisfied with 3 loaves of bread and 2 cups of
That's
beer. If your
wise.
stomach
Bread
still
is
feels
eternal,
hunger,
but man does
resist
not
it.
last.
Now those are all about treating your fellow man well and making sure that everyone is well fed. People. But it also applied to the gods. Enter the temple, eat bread in the house of the god, replenish the offerings, multiply the sacrificial loaves,
So true.
increase the daily offerings. It profits him who does so. It was essential to offer bread to the gods, especially during festivals. There was one festival during the reign of Ramses III to the god Amun-Ra, where it said that Ramses gave 2.8 million loaves of bread to the god. Of course, that bread was also for the people who were in the villages around the temple, because, you know, the food would go to the god, sit on the altar. Once the god had had enough, then the priests would take the food and give it to the people and keep some for themselves.
That's what the
As
Chinese
one text
do.
from the Temple of Edfu explains,
That's what we
one
do
lives
for,
on the provision of the gods, but this is always food which leaves
for,
the altar after the god is
like
satisfied.
part of like
My
the
question
Lunar
is,
New Year.
how'd they know when the god was
Yeah,
satisfied?
like you worship the
Guessing nobody
ancestors
said,
that way by leaving
"I'm
food out
done
for a while.
eating," right? I don't know. I guess the priests just kind of played that by ear. Either way, my bread is about to be done, and I am not going to offer it to Amun-Ra. I'm just going to go ahead and eat it right now. So once the bread is fully baked, remove it from the oven, set it on a wire rack to cool before eating, and here we are. The boiled spiral bread of Ramses III. I gotta say, they turned out really, really well. I kind of thought while I was boiling them that they would completely disintegrate, but they didn't. They look a lot like, I'm gonna say cinnamon rolls or cow patties, but I'm gonna say cinnamon rolls. It smells so good. It must be the honey from the water.
Oh,
It does have a little
again,
honeyness.
connection error.
Honeyness on the outside. Let's open it up here. So it's very dense, which I knew it would.
Okay, this part here,
This grain,
I don't think
just
this
what's
should be
going to
like
happen.
flesh. This should be
but
skeletal.
it's not dry.
Yeah.
It feels nice and moist.
This should be like
Give it a
bone
shot.
here, like a rigid.
Hmm.
They can't blink. All they can do
Quite
is
nice.
stare forever.
There was a hint of sweetness to it because of that, the date syrup. I think it could have actually used a little bit more. If you make it, add a little bit more. These grains, while they're really dense, while they are heavy and are hard to work with, they actually provide more flavor than
Yeah, that looks better.
all-purpose
That
flour.
that does look better.
It's a really flavorful
That means
bread.
this has to be.
And then, you know, you add a little bit of
Okay.
the date syrup, and that just kind of adds another layer. But
We'll smooth this out.
I think if you added fruit, or I think with this, it would probably be better with.
This is how it
like
originally was.
Fenugreek,
I think
cumin,
this
something
looks
like
better.
that. It would just complement the flavors better, but really, really nice. The texture is dense. It's kind of chewy. It is kind of like a bagel. The outside is smooth like a bagel, so there is that. I wouldn't say that it is like a bagel entirely. It's very different, but it has some of the same characteristics. So this bread obviously was made here in my house, but it seems that the best bread of ancient Egypt was made in Thebes. The bread which is in it is more tasty than cakes made of goose fat. Its water is sweeter than honey. One drinks of it to drunkenness. Behold, this is how one lives in Thebes.
I need to
don't
break
know
up
that they're
this area
better
a little
than
bit
cakes
more,
made of goose
just
fat,
so
because I've never tried that. But
you
maybe
can like
I'll
emote a bit.
Try to figure out what they meant by that.
A little bit like this area.
And so yeah, this with some water,
Especially
that
here.
I guess is very
Like,
sweet.
it needs like a cut there or
Mighty
something.
fine. And I'll see you next time on Tasting History.
Or does it? Yeah, it does. It does need like some kind of segmentation right here. Yeah, there we go. And then maybe one like right here too. Maybe like that. Freaky Seth. It's so funny how Django is like, how do you make that font? How does he do that? No one told him how. Or Django. I'm thinking like the plates here, they can extend down a little bit. So it's kind of like these hard scales, kind of like a scab. You know how like scabs are, where the blood is encrusted on top of the skin. It'll be a bit like this, but with like calcified deposits. That serve as body armor, natural defense. Something like that. Oh, I want Z add instead of RGB. I might have to go soon. I think Shirlene's waking up, and also I should probably take at least like a short nap before I get to work on Exanima. Need to get up and stretch too. I've been sitting for like 5 hours straight. I think we need to like break it up here too, like something like that. Needs a bit more segmentation, just so there can be some room for expression during animation. Oh yeah, I'll probably end it here. I can keep working on this like forever. This is a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun this stream. Got a lot done as well. Good night, guys. Actually, I'm soon. Take care. I gotta go take a nap. Then it's off to work on Exanima. And then, yeah, another stream after that. And life goes on. Bye-bye. See ya, Rusty.